Chapter 101. The flames surged fiercely above eye level, crackling and roaring. Reinhardt watched expressionlessly as his child was consumed by the fire. It wasn't that he wasn't sad. It just didn't feel real. "My goal is you, father." Isaac, his only son, the boy who had left, promising to become an excellent player, had returned as a corpse. "Just wait. I'll catch up to you within 20 years. He had been so confident. A boy with enough talent to back up his bold claims. Drip dash. Tears finally fell from Reinhardt's expressionless eyes. Several players, familiar with him, wanted to comfort him, but they were ultimately stopped. He needed time alone. Isaac! It was incomprehensible. Why had his son returned in this state? Even when contact suddenly stopped, Reinhardt hadn't been overly concerned. Isaac had never been the type to stay in touch frequently. He wasn't particularly close to his father. But during that time, Isaac had become a cold, lifeless body. Has the culprit been identified? At Reinhardt's question, John, a player from the Golden Castle Guild, approached.
"I'm sorry."
"Not yet." "Why not?" "There are no traces. The cause of death, whether it's from burns or a blade wound, is unclear. Judging by the skill, it seems like the work of a professional." "A professional?" "Yes, this seems more like—" John trailed off, unable to finish. Saying more would imply that it was done by someone holding a grudge against Reinhardt, something that shouldn't be said to a grieving father. But unfortunately, Reinhardt was quick-witted. Noticing what John meant, he nodded. "Indeed, that might be the case." "Reinhardt, but don't be too biased. Look in various directions." "Yes." John nodded. He couldn't verbalize his thoughts. It was likely an act of vengeance by a player with a grudge against Reinhardt. The moment he said it aloud, Reinhardt would have to live with that guilt for the rest of his life. Bowing, John left to give Reinhardt some time alone. As the corpse was almost completely consumed by the flames, watching the fire gradually die down, Reinhardt had a thought. A grudge. Who could bear a grudge against him? Too many names came to mind. On his way to this position, he had decapitated and crushed countless people. But Isaac was different. The boy had only just started climbing the tower. It was hard to imagine he had amassed any deadly grudges. Then, a memory flashed through Reinhardt's mind. Lee Suyuk. Isaac had mentioned it at some point. "There's a guy named Lee Suyuk here." Lee Suyuk? What an unpleasant name. It's just the name. His skills are terrible. And his personality is even worse. Don't bully him too much. We don't want any trouble later. Sure thing, sure thing. At the time, it seemed like an insignificant conversation, but perhaps it was the mention of that name by Isaac that made the memory resurface. Could it be? Swish. Reinhardt pulled a kit out of his pocket. Lee Suyuk was currently streaming. Asterisk. Stage 2, Rescue. Begins. Rescue. A simple and clear title. It was directly associated with Valkyrie Viola's request. It seemed the other two Valkyries were in danger. Crackle. Crackle. Suyuk watched the small campfire flickering inside the cave. Exhausted from running, Viola had fallen asleep immediately after treating Vigo. Anything else would have to wait until she regained her strength. Muspelheim. How many enemies could there be? Viola had avoided giving a detailed answer to that question. Whether she thought it unnecessary or simply didn't want to talk about it was unclear. Suyuk hadn't pressed further. There was no need to rush. Regardless of the enemy's numbers, Viola's primary goal was to rescue the other Valkyries. Until that was accomplished, nothing else mattered. I was a bit worried about the stream. Title. Continuing the clear. No communication. Break time smiley face. Smiling at the new title, Suyuk felt relieved. Good job. Anhyang's sense of title was impeccable. By clearly dividing rest time from the trial segments, it eased the obligation to interact with viewers. Whisper Manager. Don't worry too much. In marathon streams, the focus is more on finishing the trial rather than communication. Good luck, Suyuk. Thanks to this, he could think and rest without worrying about the viewers. Muspelheim. He had only heard stories about them. A realm led by the giant Searcher, and a major adversary to Asgard. Even encountering Valkyries and Muspelheim's demons was unexpected so soon. Originally, such an encounter might have been rare. Can't let this opportunity slip. The Heart of Thunder was here, and in his possession was the empty heart he obtained as a reward from the Thunder Cave. It was too valuable to miss. No, it was impossible to miss. Simply climbing the tower wasn't enough. He had to surpass expectations, much like he had acquired the Heart of Lightning during the second floor trial. That was his mission and what the viewers anticipated. Russell. Suyuk took out a pendant and held it in his hand. A round and rugged pendant. This was the newly acquired Warrior's Pendant. Whoa! New gear? The previously quiet viewers perked up. Examining new items was always engaging content. Thanks to Anhyang's title change, it was the perfect time for a quiet inspection.
Warrior's Pendant.
Grade Rare. A necklace given to the warriors of Asgard. Wearing it fills you with strength. Strength +2. Stamina +2. An item that boosts a total of 4 stats. Highly practical and convenient to wear as an accessory. Whoa! Not bad. For something acquired in a single second, this is a steal. The viewers were generous with their praise. The vitality bonus was especially appealing to Suyuk. This is perfect. He had been considering items to boost his vitality anyway. With that as a temporary goal, the warrior's pendant was a very satisfactory reward. Russell. He put the pendant around his neck. Suyuk then closed his eyes and tried to get some sleep. Asterisk. The next day. Thank you. While packing up, Viola suddenly spoke. For helping us. Suyuk had decided to assist in rescuing the Valkyries. It was, after all, the second stage of the trial. His skills had already been proven by defeating Vigo. In fact, it wasn't just a simple proof. Vigo had been knocked out with one punch from Suyuk. My power is related to you and your kind. Isn't it? It wasn't just out of simple goodwill. Suyuk had his reasons for helping. Then I should tag along and find out more about this power. The rewards of the stage were indeed important. But more important was unraveling the mystery of his lightning power. In the first legend, lightning was used to annihilate giants. In the second legend, gods and giants fought over lightning. 2 legends about lightning told by Furious. Wildly fantastical, but as time passed, he began to think they might not be entirely false. Even now, it felt true. Despite the system's restrictions, Asgard sent Valkyries to hide the Heart of Thunder. Muspelheim sent demons to retrieve it. Gods, demons, and giants all coveted this power. Furious had said that the Heart of Lightning was created so humans could fight against these beings. It was lightning that defeated me. Suyuk didn't think he had lost to Kim Il-soo. It was the lightning that had killed him. His greatest failure had been his inability to control this power. This time had to be different. For that reason, is it all right if I say something? While Suyuk was mentally mapping out his plan for the trial, with a dissatisfied expression and voice, Vigo spoke up. To be honest, I don't understand. What is it? Why you're helping us? There was suspicion lingering in Vigo's eyes. There's no reason for you to help us, is there? Maybe not. Even if it might get you killed? His words grew shorter, and suspicion seeped further into his tone. Suyuk sighed at this. The reward would naturally come after completing the second stage. But Vigo had no way of knowing that. In that case, all right, how about I receive something in return? Suyuk, looking around, pointed to an object that had caught his eye since yesterday. How about that? What? Viola looked startled when Suyuk pointed at her sword. My sword? That's a holy sword, isn't it? Yes, but how did you? It's obvious at a glance. He held back the rest of his thoughts. Among the numerous players in the tower, probably no one had handled as many holy swords as he had. In his efforts to wield thunder, he had held and broken many holy swords due to their durability. Now, he could tell at a glance whether a sword was an ordinary blade or a holy sword. No matter what, that's Vigo. Viola stopped Vigo, who was glaring with veins popping on his neck. It's all right. But, Viola, I'm willing to give it up, as long as my comrades are saved safely. Suyuk didn't know exactly how important a holy sword was to a Valkyrie, but for most swordsmen, their sword was as important as their limbs. However, Viola valued her comrades more than her sword. Huge gain. What a bastard. Dash extremely harsh insults. Perhaps it was because of Viola's expression, but the viewers reacted strongly. But what choice did he have? They needed a reliable reason to trust him. Another reason to rescue the Valkyries. It was indeed time to change his sword. A sword used by a Valkyrie would not be an ordinary item. Suyuk needed a holy sword to handle thunder more effectively, and increasing his vitality was crucial. However, it's rare to get a holy sword. Unlike unstable magic swords, holy sword items were literally worth their weight in gold. Given his perpetually tight finances, buying a holy sword was impossible. But now, he had the opportunity to obtain one through this trial. Suyuk grinned behind his mask. What a lucky break. Chapter 102. Yes, team leader. Really? It went through. During Suyuk's ongoing stream, Manager Unhyang was busy at the dormitory. Okay. Got it. Bye. Click. She ended the call, having finished her business. Once again, she skipped the usual pleasantries with the team leader, John Dale. Why? What's up? Oh, this? Bald Suhyuk. The collaboration has been approved. Bald Suhyuk. Cheon Riang, who was enjoying his favorite snacks, looked surprised. Hey, do you know what you're doing? Are you planning to ruin someone? The jinx? Yeah, I know. And you're seriously going through with it? Suyuk agreed to it. Of course, I told him about the jinx. He's a weirdo too. Then, Cheon Riang stared intently at Unhyang as she continued to look busy since morning. What else are you doing? There's a message from Reinhardt's side. They want to meet Suyuk. I'm replying to that. Wow. Cheon Riang leaned forward in curiosity. Have you always been this type of person? What do you mean? You didn't seem like someone who worked this hard. Cheon Riang tilted his head. Are you really all right? Flinch. Unhyang's hand paused at his words. Are you running away from something? Running away from what? I mean soon. Cheon Riang swallowed the rest of his words. There was no need to remind her of a reality she was trying hard to forget. This thought suddenly crossed his mind. But unfortunately, Unhyang had already caught on to what Cheon Riang was implying. No, she had known for a long time. Hey, I know that. Unhyang responded to the words Cheon Riang had intended to leave unsaid. This is something I enjoy doing. Do you really like that streamer, Lee Suyuk, that much? Of course. Unhyang nodded without hesitation. He feels like the same person. Lee Suyuk. Yeah, it's like they're twins or something. It was a gut feeling. And when that feeling becomes extremely sensitive, it turns into intuition. Unhyang's intuition was sharper than anyone Cheon Riang knew, and that same Unhyang was saying. The two Lee Suyuks were exactly alike. Has he shown you? That mask? No, not his face. I haven't seen his face either. And honestly, would it even matter since I don't know what the real Suyuk looks like? Oh, right. Nodding as he slapped his forehead, Cheon Riang listened as Unhyang continued her explanation. His behavior, his manner of speaking, even the way he fights. Everything. It's all so similar. Geez. Cheon Riang crossed his arms, shaking his head in disbelief. No wonder people are talking about Lee Suyuk's reincarnation. I really hope it's true. Unhyang smiled widely, basking in the thought of such a possibility. She returned to responding to Reinhardt's message, while Cheon Riang munched on his half-eaten snack, watching her. Lee Suyuk, huh? Glancing at Suyuk's stream on his device, Cheon Riang was reminded of the day Unhyang became enamored with Lee Suyuk. Could this person really take Lee Suyuk's place? It was an absurd hope. Yet, some part of him couldn't help but wonder. Asterisk. After packing up, Suyuk and Viola left the cave together. The forest they entered was gloomy. The air was cold. The dense canopy of trees seemingly blocked any light from entering. I apologize for yesterday. As they walked through the forest, Vigo cautiously approached Suyuk. Looking back, I think I made a mistake. Nothing to apologize for. Suyuk meant it. He was more inclined to thank Vigo because it had led to the agreement to receive Viola's sword. I was doubtful how someone not from Asgard could possess such power. Even after I knocked you out with one hit? Being strong is one thing, but that power originally belongs to Asgard. Suyuk frowned behind his mask. This conversation had been repeated several times. So, whose power do you think it is? That is Vigo. Viola interrupted, cutting the conversation short and shaking her head at Vigo. Yes, I understand. Vigo fell silent. Suyuk sighed at the repeated pattern. Again, no matter how many times he asked, they refused to explain why they were so focused on his lightning power. The suspense is killing me. Seriously, just tell him already. They probably can't. It might be filtered info. Both Suyuk and the viewers shared the frustration. However, feeling some remorse for the repetitive conversation, Viola offered an apology along with a hint. I'm sorry, but there's one thing I can tell you for sure. If you follow the path of Asgard, you will eventually meet someone. She didn't specify who they would meet, probably something she couldn't disclose, but Suyuk had an inkling of whom she was referring to. That man. The man with the hammer from the cutscene. The one who had sent Viola and the other two Valkyries here, hiding the heart of thunder on Earth, held the key. How could he meet him? As Suyuk pondered this, they continued their journey. There it is. After traversing the forest and moving far ahead. Down below the mountain, the place where the other Valkyries were became visible. A massive fortress-like city surrounded by high walls. The capital of the Conrad Kingdom appeared before them. A city of enormous size, even at a glance. In its center stood a tall castle, and enormous mansions were visible even from this distance. In addition, there was a vast territory capable of housing hundreds of thousands of people. Though it looked like just a huge city on the outside, everything related to this trial was right here. The Thunder Throne was in the capital of Conrad Kingdom. The capital? In such a large city. Yes, to hide a tree, you hide it in a forest. To hide a person, you hide them in a city. It wasn't wrong. The most suitable place to hide the throne, the king's seat, was indeed where the king resided. The Valkyries had used the capital of Conrad Kingdom, the king's seat, to hide the Thunder Throne. However, it was perfect. No one has sat on Conrad Kingdom's throne for centuries. What do you mean? Don't you know? The Conrad Kingdom hasn't had a king for the past 500 years. A kingdom without a king. That was Conrad Kingdom, an ideal place to hide the throne. But somehow the demons had discovered the secret of the empty throne. Everything is here. Meeting Viola was just the first step to coming here. The Valkyries, the demons of Muspelheim, and the Heart of Thunder. Outwardly a city, but that wasn't the reality. Suyuk defined the massive city before him as, "This is a dungeon. Asterisk. Fresh bread. Only for the next 10 minutes. Get it cheap. Silk from Osman available. We buy everything. Bring it in. Clothes, metals, leather, we take it all." The noisy marketplace. Just past morning, the city square was bustling with people. In the midst of it all, Viola had her face wrapped in a cloth. Is this really necessary? Weren't you hiding? Well, then it's only natural to cover your face. What about Vigo? He'll be fine. Vigo being less conspicuous allowed him to blend in more easily. Thus, they moved through the crowded market, disguised and prepared for the challenges ahead. Suyuk's explanation still left Viola puzzled. But there was no helping it. It didn't matter if Vigo chose to conceal his face. But it was different with Viola. The reason for this differential treatment was simple. Big presence LOL. Her face is like a magnet. Vigo takes another LOL. It was because of her striking face. It's like announcing our location. In such a crowded place, Viola's face was too conspicuous. If any of Muspelheim's demons were nearby, they would easily spot her. Do you even know where we're going? We can sense it even if it's far away. So where is it? It's this way for sure. Suyuk asked, just in case. Are they definitely alive? That? Once again, Viola couldn't provide a definitive answer and trailed off. Judging by her darting eyes, it seemed she didn't know for certain. Her expression hinted that she might be running around to save someone who was already dead. They're probably alive, but... Seeing her expression, Suyuk sighed. I can't guarantee both are. The title of this scenario was Rescue. Given the content, a Valkyrie was likely alive. However, a rescue mission could mean saving even just one person. First, they needed to determine how many they were supposed to find here. Moreover, rescuing Lady Belvium is crucial, but we must be most cautious of the demons. For once, Vigo made a valid point. Yes, it wasn't just the Valkyries' lives they needed to worry about. Somewhere in this massive city were demons. Avoiding detection by them was the top priority. How many are there exactly? Suyuk asked, ready to fight if necessary. By this point, he hoped for a straightforward answer, and Viola finally spoke up. The confirmed number is in the hundreds. Hundreds. Yes, and they are all on the level of Valkyries. Oh. Really? Oh. The chat filled with hooks and laughter at the absurd response. Suyuk's reaction wasn't much different. Is this for real? Hundreds of demons, and all of them on par with Valkyries? This seemed excessive. Despite receiving Jinwon's medical procedure and gaining confidence, a direct confrontation was unfeasible. A force of hundreds of demons was enough to wage war against a brigade of Valkyries. This doesn't make sense. The answer only deepened his confusion. Viola had mentioned that this world had a system restriction. The system, if it was the same kind of power Suyuk knew, it was an immensely absolute one. Not even the Valkyries' king and the great god Odin himself could defy it. So what could it be? Perhaps it was just a name similarity or there was another reason. If it were the latter, that would be fortunate, but if the former, an all-out war with the demons was out of the question. By the way, while wandering aimlessly through the vast city, Viola, in the middle of the street, an incredibly beautiful woman saw Viola and looked surprised. And upon seeing her, Viola's face lit up with joy and relief. Belvium? She called out her name with the happiest expression. It was the moment they met the second Valkyrie, Belvium. Chapter 103. Belvium had a distinctly different aura and appearance from Viola. Dark blue hair and a somewhat sharp look. She was undoubtedly beautiful. If Viola was like a bright forsythia, Belvium was like a dark, thorny rose. All Valkyries are gorgeous. My new dream is to become Odin from today. Viola is pretty, but Baim's vibe is top tier. Right? Belvium's chic charm is killer. Baim's aura is unmatched lalalal. The viewers were clearly entertained by the appearance of another beautiful woman. Despite the lengthy stream, the viewer count rarely dropped below 10,000. In fact, it was steadily increasing. Viewers. 144. 17,000 viewers. If this trend continued, the highlight of the trial could attract over 20,000 viewers. The reason was apparent from the stream title. Title: Continuous Clear in Progress. No communication. #SuperBeauty #Double Valkyrie. Valkyries appearing on the stream, and they're beautiful. The title drew attention quickly. Just as many viewers came to see the Valkyries as they did to watch Lee Suyuk. This place is literally a flower garden. I hoped you'd be happy, but not this happy. What's this trial even about? Grateful for the no communication message, Suyuk felt it was a blessing. Please, this way. They reached their destination. Belvium guided them to a grand mansion located near the city center. A mansion so enormous it could be called a small island. The garden was as large as a park, and there were at least 10 gardeners tending to it. "Is this your house, Belvium?" Suyuk was awestruck by the opulence. Compared to Viola's condition, Belvium's situation was poles apart. Viola had been hiding in a cave, fleeing from demons. In contrast, Belvium was living openly in a city known to harbor demons. And in such a conspicuous mansion, no less. "Yes, it is. My home. But how? We've been here for 500 years. Amassing this wealth is natural." Belvium misunderstood the question, but it was understandable. It did raise the curiosity of how a Valkyrie acquired such a mansion. One thing, however, piqued another doubt, glancing at Viola, considering Belvium's statement, "What about Viola?" Sensing Suyuk's gaze, Viola explained, "I've been living as a knight in the Count Vinzen family for a long time." "A knight?" Viola nodded. "There's a legend in the Vinzen Count family. Among the knights, there's an ageless guardian knight." Scratching her cheek in embarrassment, she continued, "That's me. I've been living there, changing my name constantly. The Vinzen Count family is the closest to the Thunder Throne. They guard the royal family." Belvium added, clarifying why Viola chose that path. While exchanging a few more words, Suyuk, Viola, and Vigo were guided by Belvium to the upper floors of the mansion. "I'll prepare some food since you must be hungry. Please, make yourselves comfortable." In the room prepared with pristine white bedding, Viola smiled brightly at the sight of a bed she hadn't seen in ages. "Thanks, Belvium. It's nothing. You've had it rough. Rest well, Viola." The warm atmosphere filled the room. "It seems safe here." Suyuk's words felt like a splash of cold water. "It's strange. Sorry. One of you is running from demons, yet the other is relaxing as if it were your own house." Suyuk looked at Viola, demanding an explanation. She had asked him to save her comrades. At that time, Suyuk assumed they were in grave peril. Viola must have thought the same. "The danger applies to me as well." Seeing Suyuk's words as an accusation, Belvium began to explain. "That's why I couldn't move, even knowing Viola was being chased." "What do you mean?" "The ones whose identities were exposed were Viola and Elaine. But the demons knew there were 3 of us. 3 Valkyries. The demons started pursuing Viola and Elaine. If I move outside the city now, the demons will notice. Valkyries are so distinct and, well, they're on high alert for me." Suyuk nodded. Believable explanation. If true, staying put for now might indeed be the safest bet. Hide a tree in a forest. Hide a person in a city. Belvium was just following that principle to the letter. "But, Viola." Belvium raised an eyebrow. "I don't think you've told me who this person is." "Who is he?" She asked Viola about Suyuk. Belvium could have asked directly, but the roundabout way seemed to reflect her annoyance from being questioned. "He's someone who came with me to rescue you." "To rescue me?" "Yes. This man is just a wandering swordsman." Swish. Suyuk gestured towards Vigo, who stood behind Viola, with his sheathed sword. "I knocked this guy out in one hit, so Lady Viola hired me as a mercenary." "Huh." Vigo looked puzzled, not understanding why he was being roped into the explanation. But Belvium seemed quite taken aback by it. Vigo? While not on par with a Valkyrie, Vigo was still a formidable fighter. A human who could knock him out in one blow? Belvium nodded, thinking that it made sense why Viola would choose to travel with Suyuk. "Your skills must be impressive. Quite something for a human." "I can manage." "Quite something indeed, lalalal." "But he's right, lalalal." Look at Belvium's expression. "I'd be stunned too, lalalal." Belvium stood momentarily stunned before shaking her head and turning away. "I'll get the meal ready. You must be tired from the long journey, so rest well today." Creak. Thud. The heavy wooden door closed smoothly. Once the 3 were alone in the room, Viola cast a sharp glance at Suyuk. "Why did you do that?" "Which part do you mean? Questioning your friend? Or interrupting halfway?" "Both." At Viola's response, Suyuk stood and paced around the room. Don't you find it strange? What? That only this place is safe. If there really are hundreds of demons in this city targeting Valkyries. A large mansion. When they were on their way back to the city, they hadn't expected such luxury. Belvium's claim that staying put was the safest option seemed plausible, but the underlying oddity couldn't be ignored. Viola seemed to feel the same. She hesitated, unable to immediately rebut Suyuk's argument. It's odd, yes, but, does it really matter? Belvium isn't going to harm us. Suyuk internally sighed in relief at her response. So, she's not entirely clueless. He had worried that she might be a simple-minded warrior, but she too had noticed the strangeness. The reason she hadn't shown it was clear. Trust. Faith in her friend and comrade, Belvium. 10 years, Suyuk. Suddenly, memories of the day he died came flooding back. I've only prepared for today, so you need to understand. What nonsense. Taking a moment to gather himself, Suyuk slowly voiced the words he had been reluctant to say. Try to question her. He knew how difficult it was. Faith wasn't something that could be shattered just by deciding to doubt. But you have to. Failing to do so could lead to a fate similar to his own. Asterisk. After the meal, Belvium urged Suyuk and Viola to rest. They were given 3 rooms. In a mansion this large, there was no shortage of rooms. Rustle. As the sun began to set in the evening, Viola lay on the bed, covered in delicate sheets, looking out the window. How long had it been since she last lay on such a comfortable bed with soft bedding? Since hiding in the cave to avoid the demons about a month ago, she hadn't even bathed properly. Try to question her. Suyuk's words lingered in her mind. The man with the power of lightning. His casual remark carried significant weight. The issue was that she couldn't determine whether she kept thinking about his words because he possessed the power of lightning or because they made sense. Question her? It wasn't something she wanted to do. To question Belvium, a friend she had spent countless years with. But there was no denying the truth in his words. This whole situation did feel off. Moreover, Belvium, was it just her imagination? Compared to 500 years ago, there was something different about her aura. Swish. In the end, Viola got up from her bed. Her eyes landed on the sword she had placed by the bedside. Should she take it? As she hesitated, Suyuk's voice echoed in her mind again, urging her to question everything. Grip. Finally, she took her weapon and stepped into the hallway. The sun had set outside, leaving the corridor dark. It was silent, devoid of any sound. Walking through the scarcely touched hallways, Viola felt a weird sensation. Why was that? Despite this place being supposedly safe and comfortable, the long hall felt more perilous than the cave she had been hiding in. Something's off. What was this feeling? The strange sense of unease from Belvium. The cold, alien feeling emanating from the grand mansion. And the loud warning bells ringing in her instincts. It was too much to attribute to the words of someone she had met just yesterday. Step, step. Turning a corner in the hallway, she heard another set of footsteps. Belvium? If it was her she encountered here, what should she do? Should she be honest and tell her that she doubted her? Or should she stay silent and continue to distrust? As Viola pondered, caught in indecision, step, step, her steps brought her closer to the corner. The approaching footsteps did the same. The two met around the corner as if on cue. Gasp! Viola! A startled Viola exhaled sharply while Suyuk relaxed his tense expression. Relieved, Viola placed a hand over her heart and asked, "What brings you here?" "I was actually heading your way." Indeed, the direction Suyuk was heading in was towards Viola's room. "To my room? Why?" "I misinterpreted who to rescue." "What?" "It's not Belvium, the target of the second rescue scenario. The name of the scenario that they assumed was about Belvium was not. It's you." It was Viola herself. Chapter 104. In a forest where light cannot penetrate, Cha Minwo maintained a steady distance from his pursuers while taking a sip from the water he retrieved from his inventory. Phew, this is driving me insane. Even the act of drinking water required vigilance. It was a situation where enemies could spring out from anywhere at any moment. Cha Minwo glanced back at Wei Young, who was following closely behind him. Are you sure you don't need to return? This kind of wound is nothing. I'm fine. Except, that's not just any wound. Squish. Blood, darkened and dead, oozed from the wound on Wei Young's shoulder. Applying pressure to stop the bleeding was futile. It wasn't an ordinary wound. Damn! These filthy demon bastards. Cha Minwo's eyes blazed with anger. He had suspected, but to find that the forest indeed harbored demon. They had ambushed Cha Minwo, Wei Young, and the Blue Zone players indiscriminately. Players and demon inherently could not coexist. The conflict had escalated, resulting in numerous injuries. It was unfortunate, but in some ways they were lucky it wasn't worse. Maybe. As Wei Young used a skill to gradually heal her wound, she kept an eye on Cha Minwo. The rumors might be true. Cha Minwo remained silent. Initially, he dismissed the idea, but with the current circumstances, it was hard to deny. Maybe, just maybe, a survivor from Blue Eyes could be here. Step. They moved deeper into the forest, reaching a peculiar spot where a single beam of light pierced through the trees. Wait! Cha Minwo, leading the group, raised his hand to halt them. Stop. Why? Just stop. Ahead of us. Ahead? What's there? Wei Young, curious, peeked over Cha Minwo's shoulder to get a better view of what lay ahead. In the middle of an otherwise empty forest, someone sat atop a felled tree. What is that? Swoosh. It seemed as though that spot alone had a different color. A dark aura surrounded the man, repelling anyone from approaching. Could he be a demon? The feeling suggested so, but something told them otherwise. In that case, you dash. Summoning his courage, Cha Minwo, the group leader, took a step forward. Who are you? Swoosh. The man's head turned. Long, unkempt black hair and a thick beard. Despite his disheveled appearance, his eyes glinted with a fierce light. Can't breathe. Just standing in place felt suffocating. Wei Young took labored breaths against the choking aura. It wasn't just her. Everyone except Cha Minwo showed the same symptoms. Despite the man doing seemingly nothing, the pressure was overwhelming. Who am I? Swoosh. You come into my territory and ask that? Rising from his seated position, he turned his gaze towards Cha Minwo. After scrutinizing Cha Minwo's face, the man tilted his head. You, I think I've seen you before. Seen me? Ah, Cha Minwo, Zai? The streamer who used to imitate Suyuk. Suyuk. He referred to Lee Suyuk, the legend, with familiarity. Moreover, for some reason, he knew about Cha Minwo's old concept of streaming as Lee Suyuk. Could he be a reasonable person to talk to? A glimmer of hope appeared. This had to be resolved through conversation. If a fight broke out, he was certain they would all be annihilated. Have you seen my stream? Yes. Back in the old days, before you joined that accursed guild. The man's words were laced with hostility. Now that I think about it, that's irritating. Shadash. The surrounding leaves began to wither and fall away. It means those bastards have come all the way here? Ugh. Gah. Several players at the back clutched their throats, struggling to breathe. Their bodies dried up, and their eyes bulged out. Cha Minwo glared at the man in front of him. It was clear that he bore them ill will. Do we have to fight? Though he knew the answer, he couldn't bring himself to step forward. Felt like death was staring him in the face. Trying to overcome the feeling, he gripped his sword tighter. Calm down. Whoosh dash. The magical power that choked the air around them dissipated. As the members of the Blue Zone Guild collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, the man turned to look at the unexpected intruder. Are you friends with these guys too? Calling them friends would be a stretch. They're more like my subordinates. Subordinates. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lee Wonjae, the Vice Guild Master of Blue Zone. Lee Wonjae. He smiled as he looked at the man, whose brow furrowed at the introduction. Vice Guild Master? Yes, and you're Huang Xuexiang, right? A hint of surprise flickered in the man's eyes. Simultaneously, Cha Minwo's expression turned to one of astonishment. Huang Xuexiang? He had been a longtime fan of Li Suyuk. As such, he knew quite a bit about the members of Blue Eyes. Huang Xuexiang. He was definitely one of the 8 members of Blue Eyes. You came looking for me? Yes. It took quite some time to find you. Then you've come to the wrong place. Swoosh. Huang Xuexiang's hand reached towards Li Wenjie. Unless you came here to commit S****************************. Whoosh. A dark current surged towards Li Wenjie, enveloping his body. Without attempting to dodge or drawing his weapon, Li Wenjie crossed his arms. Whoosh! The blazing dark aura clung to Li Wenjie like flames. Although he wasn't immediately incinerated or disintegrated, the pain etched across his face was unmistakable. What are you doing? I didn't come to fight. Li Wenjie brushed off the black aura clinging to him, meeting Huang Xuexiang's eyes. I have a proposal. I think you'll change your mind once you hear it. Twitch. A vein on Huang Xuexiang's forehead twitched violently. His brows furrowed in deep thought. But only for a moment. Fine, I'll listen. Think of it as your last words. It won't be my last words. Undeterred confidence. What I want is to kill Kim Il-soo, whom you despise so much. Asterisk. After finishing their meal, while others were relaxing, Suyuk began to move alone. Unlike Viola, who was comfortably resting, Suyuk had felt an unsettling chill ever since stepping into Belvium's mansion. It felt as though he had stepped into the heart of a dungeon, and it didn't take long for him to understand why. It's not just a feeling. If it were merely a sensation, he wouldn't be going to such lengths. Had that been the case, he would be searching for demons outside rather than wandering around the mansion. The problem was, the Heart of Thunder is close. The Heart of Thunder, supposedly taken by the demons, was felt somewhere within this mansion. Its presence was unmistakable. It was in the deepest part of the mansion's underground. While carefully traversing the corridors, Suyuk received a sudden donation message. I love Li Suyuk has donated 1,000 points. Where are you going? A rare donation. The amount wasn't small, and the donor was a well-known big player in Suyuk's stream. I smell something fishy. He turned on his mic and answered the donation. Oh, he's actually responding. As expected of the boss. That was quick. LOL. Couldn't resist 1,000 points. LOL. Was it because he interacted after a long time? With more viewers, the chat was scrolling at a blistering pace. Viewers. 19,210. The stream was nearing 20,000 viewers. 2 Valkyries appeared in this trial, and encountering the demon from Muspelheim was a rarity even in top-tier trials. Naturally, the interest level was high. Although focused on the trial, Suyuk was gratified that the stream was running smoothly. Mission Villain has donated 1,000 points. What? You only respond to donations starting from 1,000 points. Are you not doing any missions if you don't communicate today? At another large donation, Suyuk shook his head. No, it's not that I won't do it at all. Instead, I'll only accept missions that won't interfere with the trial. Missions that won't interfere with the trial. Fighting naked. Missions that won't interfere with the trial. Kissing Viola. Mission suggestions, anyone? Where's King Asset anyway? The mention of missions set the chat ablaze. There hadn't been many opportunities for missions in this trial. The first stage ended quickly with Vigo's defeat, and the second stage's specifics were still unclear. Safe Asset has registered a mission. LOL, alright then. Head out and kill all the demons, and I'll give you 100,000 points. And, inevitably, that viewer returned. What? Is this the same? That flag? This is insane, lol. Hunting hundreds of demons? Another impossible mission. But who was the viewer making this promise? With a 0% success rate, Safe Asset was renowned on the player's channel for consistently failing missions. However, This one is a bit much. Even Suyuk was stumped by this mission. Whether it was capturing a wolf warrior or defeating a giant chieftain, there was always a thread of hope. But slaying hundreds of demons was an insurmountable task, no matter the strategy. Safe Asset has registered a mission. Then kiss Viola for 50,000 points. What sort of mission was this? They really want me to fail spectacularly. It seemed Safe Asset's goal was to disrupt his trial. Attempting such actions here would ensure failure. This is impractical. Lalalol, impractical indeed, lalalol. Prepare for the Valkyrie lip thief. Dare to steal Alra's kiss and see LOL. Can Safe Asset finally win? The mission wasn't feasible, leaving Suyuk disappointed as he continued down the stairs. Step. After descending several floors. Vigo? He encountered Vigo, ascending the staircase. Where are you going? What about you? I asked first. Admitting that he was searching the basement due to suspicions about Belvium was tricky. Vigo would likely side with the Valkyrie. Surprisingly, Vigo was of a similar mindset. I was heading to Belvium. To Belvium? Why? Why else? You pointed it out earlier. An unexpected response. Suyuk had assumed Vigo would naturally trust the Valkyrie, but he was listening to Suyuk's concerns. It's not just today that I found things odd. Then, it's been a long time, quite a while perhaps. Unlike Elaine or Viola who focused on the mission, Belvium lived almost like an actual human. An actual human. Suyuk sensed this wasn't meant as a compliment. It implied that Belvium's interests lay in fulfilling personal desires rather than protecting the Thunder Throne. But doubting just because of that felt like a betrayal to a Valkyrie. Repent or justify it later. Swish. Suyuk indicated the stairs leading to the basement. Right now, let's confirm things first. Chapter 105. As Suyuk suddenly encountered Viola, he narrowed his eyes. Cautious steps. Eyes widening in surprise. It was a reaction as if she had been caught in the act of stealing. At least she's not a complete fool. No. On second thought, she was better than him. Suyuk knew how difficult it was to suspect a friend or comrade you trusted. If you think about it, wasn't he practically killed because he couldn't do that? What do you mean by that? Exactly? Viola responded with bewilderment, not understanding Suyuk's words. To mistake the target to save. Not Belvium, but you. It was all incomprehensible to her. Suyuk felt equally unable to make her understand. In the end, Suyuk opted for action over words and grabbed her hand, leading her. Just come with me, and don't make too much noise. Wait. A moment. Viola, still in a flustered state, was led down the stairs to a basement. A featureless stone door appeared. When they arrived in front of the firmly closed stone door, Viola felt as though the shapeless anxiety she had been feeling materialized right before her eyes. What is this? Open it. See for yourself. What could possibly be inside? Hesitatingly, she reached out her hand, slowly pulling the handle. Creak. Unlike other doors, it made an exceptionally old and worn-out sound. As the inside revealed itself, Viola's eyes widened to the extreme. What? Inside the unlit door, Vigo was seen holding someone. A familiar face. The woman with a short bob of golden hair, just like Viola's. She was cold and dead, with a hole in her chest. One of the people Viola had been searching for so desperately. Elaine? Viola. Grip dash. Vigo, ensuring he didn't let go, embraced the corpse tightly as he approached Viola. Slowly, Viola approached Elaine, praying it was a mistake. But wishing alone doesn't change reality. Viola eventually confirmed Elaine's corpse up close. Her initial reaction was silence. As if she couldn't grasp the reality, she stood there blankly, holding the comrade's body handed over by Vigo. But only for a moment. Elaine! Soon, she fell to the floor, screaming. No. She attempted to scream. Smack dash. Petish. Suyuk quickly covered Viola's mouth with his hand. If she were to scream here, something unexpected might happen. Calm down. MMPH. MMPH. Squeeze dash. Viola gripped Suyuk's wrist. Her strong grip exerted pressure on his wrist. She was not only the target Suyuk needed to rescue but also a great warrior known as a Valkyrie. Feeling the strength in her hand, Suyuk frowned. Thanks to his high endurance, he managed to bear it. As long as she didn't draw her sword and swing it, he could still hold on. Just when he thought his wrist might actually break. MMMMPH.
Top, top, top.
She signaled several times, releasing her grip on his wrist. Ha dash. Ha dash dot. As Suyuk let go of her, Viola hurriedly inhaled. With tears and snot running down her face, she looked back at Elaine's corpse. Elaine, are you a bit calmer now? Suyuk whispered softly, and Viola shook her head, biting her lips. I can't calm down. It just feels like a lie. It would. Suyuk knew well the pain of losing a comrade. If he hadn't found the flowers Sherwoo had left, he might have crumbled like her. It's Belvium's doing. It was surprising. He was wondering how to convince her, but she said exactly what he wanted to convey. That sword wound. It was made by Belvium. The wound on her abdomen? Yes, there's no way I'm mistaken. I've seen it for hundreds of years. Her voice was full of certainty. There was no need to beat around the bush. Feeling relieved, he considered his options. The easiest thing would be to quietly leave the mansion. This was likely the standard route for this trial. If they did, the second stage of the trial would automatically end. Given the difficulty, it was likely the end of the trial. But, still, I can't just leave it. Suyuk's gaze shifted to the deeper part of the basement, where Elaine's body had been hidden. I can't leave without that. The highlight of this trial was there. It was something desired by both Asgard and Muspelheim. It was no ordinary item. What he had was a heart with an empty core. If he could fill that heart, who knew what kind of strength it would gain him? I know it's difficult. That knowledge only made him more excited. Trials were meant to reward those who overcame greater difficulties. What will you do? Suyuk looked at Viola. Will you seek revenge? Viola hesitated before answering. I need to know why this happened first. A reason. Come to think of it, he also didn't know. When he asked Kim Il-soo why he committed such acts, he never received an answer. Indeed, why did it happen? You don't have to help me. I'll go alone if I must. Resolute, Viola stood up. Suyuk glanced back and forth between Elaine's corpse and Viola before speaking up. There's something you forgot. Forget? What? The reason you all came here. The reason Asgard sent Viola and the 3 Valkyries here was to hide and protect the Thunder Throne. However, that's difficult. Viola shook her head at Suyuk's words. It is impossible with just us. We need the help of the Little Master to reclaim it. She seemed to have given up on the mission more quickly than expected. So that's how it unfolded. She hadn't given up the mission. She had just decided it was impossible in their current state and was planning to request support. But Suyuk knew what the outcome would be by then. By the time support arrived, the core would already be gone. The empty heart of thunder in Suyuk's inventory was proof of that. And if that was the outcome, there was no way they could stop here. Above all, isn't it strange? What is? That there are so many demons. Even Asgard, constrained by the system, could only send 3 Valkyries. No matter how much Muspelheim tried, they wouldn't easily break that constraint. Moreover, if there really were hundreds of demons, it didn't make sense that Viola was still alive. It is strange. Of course it is. Did you ever think about how that's possible? Well, Viola, who had been hesitating to answer, suddenly opened her eyes wide as if she remembered something. Yes, I did. And Belvium was the one who investigated that. Suyuk's eyes narrowed. If that's the case, then the story changes. First, we need to capture her. One of the 3 Valkyries assigned to protect the Thunder Throne. Capturing Belvium might unlock the secrets about the demons of Muspelheim. There's nothing more to discuss. Gripdash. Vigo, who had been quietly mourning Elaine, grasped his spear tightly. We need to find Belvium right now. And in that instant, flash dash, a blinding white light descended from the sky. Crash dash, it split the mansion's basement in half. Stage 3, betrayal begins. Eliminate the fallen Valkyrie. Rumble dash, the ceiling of the basement collapsed. As the mansion split in half, debris from the rocks fell like weapons. Gaia dash, get out. Everyone, what's with this sudden disaster dash? The butlers, servants, and gardeners residing in the mansion started fleeing in panic. Fortunately, the mansion wasn't completely destroyed yet. Since the target was the basement, it only ended up with one side tilted. Suyuk and Viola were also safe. Are you okay, Vigo? Grip dash. Viola held up a massive pile of rocks with one hand, rescuing Vigo. Thanks to her, he avoided death, but I'm okay. I'm fine, but drip, drip dash. A long sword wound appeared on Viola's back. In that brief moment, she had thrown herself to save Vigo. What just happened? It wasn't an earthquake. Wasn't it a sword? A few observant viewers seemed to have noticed what had just happened. Such power in a single slash. Suyuk's gaze turned towards the collapsed ceiling. A Valkyrie is still a Valkyrie. A female warrior held a long sword as tall as herself. Belvium, now fully equipped in silver armor, was looking down at Viola and Vigo. You're too kind to be a warrior, just like before Viola. Belvium, Viola shouted at Belvium, veins popping on her neck. Even though she already knew, seeing Belvium turned against her made her anger surge even more. Why did you come here? It would have been better if you had passed without knowing. And you call that talking? I just wanted you to leave. With a bitter expression, Belvium looked at Elaine's corpse that Viola was holding with one arm. Unlike Elaine, you're someone without suspicion. Elaine? Viola wondered why Elaine's body was here. It seemed Elaine had suspected Belvium even before Viola did. Today, I'm going to lose both of my friends. Why are you doing this? Grit dash. Viola clenched her teeth. Why did you kill Elaine? And me? Thud dash. To save Vigo, she let go of the massive rock she had been holding up with one hand, allowing it to fall to the ground. Why are you trying to kill us? I never intended to kill you. Belvium's excuse began. You were my comrades, and you were my friends. Then, I just wanted to drive you away from here, and that's what happened to you. If Elaine had just left, nothing would have happened. But just as all things in the world, variables always exist. It was just yesterday, when Elaine came to see me. One day. Elaine died just one day ago. That statement left a bigger scar on Viola's heart, perhaps because it meant there might have been a chance to save Elaine. After everything was over, I intended to give her a proper funeral. But I didn't expect you to come back, Viola. When did I ever ask about that? Her sword, raised in anger, trembled. She shouted with unprecedented rage. I asked why you were doing this. This situation isn't exactly what I wanted either. Belvium continued, looking into Viola's eyes. I'm not asking you to understand. At that moment, kaboom dash, a bright yellow surge of electricity engulfed Belvium's body. Belvium, who had already destroyed the mansion's basement in one swift stroke, swiftly lifted her sword to shield herself from the electric surge, living up to her title of a great warrior. But the price for not dodging was steep. Tingle, tingle dash. A tingling sensation ran through the fingers gripping the sword. Belvium's gaze shifted to one side, where Suyuk's fierce eyes were glaring at her. Disgusting. I can't listen to this anymore. Chapter 106. He felt nauseated. The reason for this overwhelming disgust became clear when Viola started asking her questions. Why did you do it, you bastard? Why are you trying to kill us? In the end, both he and Viola wanted the same thing. They wanted to know why they had been betrayed. But instead of answers, all they got was a one-sided story. Why don't people like you ever answer the questions asked? Both Kim Il-soo and Belvium. They wouldn't answer questions but spouted unnecessary words instead. as if to justify their actions. And Suyuk found those justifications so disgusting that he couldn't stand them. If you betray someone, shouldn't you at least answer that much? Exactly. Yeah, agreed. Wow. Well said, our Suyuk. Viola's viewers cheered enthusiastically in support. Some donation messages popped up, but there was no time to care about them. Belvium seemed surprised, not because of Suyuk's words, but because of the tingling sensation lingering in her hand. You? With an incredulous expression. How? He had a good idea what she was asking about. Initially, even Viola had been quite surprised by the power Suyuk wielded. But he had no obligation to explain. Crackle dash. Instead of answering, Suyuk enveloped his sword in lightning. Actions spoke louder than words. I won't tell you. Flash dash. Boom. Once again, a yellow wave of electricity engulfed Belvium's body. This time, as it came from the front, Belvium swung her sword to defend herself. Clang dash. The clash of the two swords shook the mansion. The increased durability and the output from the Heart of Thunder were emitting considerable power. Wow, the impact.
No answers lol.
So satisfying. Belvium staggered as she fended off the electricity. The bright light momentarily blinded her vision. Searching for her opponent's position, she turned her head. Where is he? Just as she was trying to locate Suyuk. Whoosh dash. Very faintly, a presence was felt above her head. Above. Narrowing her eyes, she looked up. She saw the mansion's tilted high ceiling. When had he gotten up there? Someone with the power of lightning had appeared. Her mind hadn't even fully processed that yet. Crackle dash. A spear began to form in Suyuk's hand, hanging upside down from the ceiling. Starting from the tip, the spear slowly took shape, exuding an ominous aura. Should I block it? Or dodge it? There were two choices. Either block it head-on or dodge the incoming spear. She made her decision quickly. Grip dash. Belvium gripped her sword tightly, preparing for the attack. Despite her betrayal, she was still a Valkyrie. She might have abandoned her pride, but her dignity remained. However, did I completely forget her? Schlick dash. A sharp, scorching sensation spread from her back to her abdomen. In her blurred vision, Belvium saw the sword piercing through her body. Belvium. Viola's voice was cold with anger. No matter how wounded, a tiger remained a tiger. Forgetting Viola's presence was Belvium's biggest mistake. Ah! With Viola's arrival, Belvium realized. She never had a chance to win this fight from the beginning. Boom! Asterisk. Slapdash. Viola's hand struck Belvium's cheek. Belvium, who had lost consciousness, slowly opened her eyes. With a hole in her abdomen, her body electrocuted and charred, she was not dead yet. A Valkyrie is truly a Valkyrie. Although he had expected she wouldn't die, Suyuk didn't think she would regain consciousness so soon. Well, it wasn't for nothing that Valkyries were considered the core force of Asgard. If she had died this easily, it would have been disappointing. Now tell me, why did you do this? Viola desperately sought an answer. But, why did you have to appear now? Belvium's focus wasn't on Viola. Her eyes were on Suyuk standing next to her. If you had come 100 years earlier, 100 years? What happened 100 years ago? Viola asked, and Belvium let out a bitter laugh. The wound pierced by the sword continued to bleed profusely. The body charred by lightning was in a critical state. If not treated immediately, she would die. Even with treatment, there was no guarantee of survival. Perhaps that's why. The truth. I learned the truth. Belvium, who had seemed unlikely to speak, opened her mouth as if relieved. We were abandoned. Abandoned. Why do you think the god of thunder who sent us here hasn't contacted us yet? Viola was left speechless. It was the same question she had pondered for hundreds of years. It had been 500 years. Even though the lifespan of the gods extended from 1,000 to 10,000 years, 500 years was a long and grueling time even for them. Viola and Belvium had dedicated most of their lives as Valkyries to this mission. But they never intended to retrieve us. They planned to bury us here along with this place. How do you know that? How do I know? For a moment, the fire of rage ignited in the eyes of the dying Belvium. Because I went and asked myself 100 years ago. Asterisk. The scenery changed. It was the second time he had experienced this phenomenon during the trial. There was nothing new about it. It was the same landscape he had seen in the first cutscene. The only difference was that Viola and Elaine, the two Valkyries, were absent. Belvium was kneeling. In front of her stood the same man he had seen before, now with a beard. How much longer must we wait? Belvium's voice sounded even more exhausted than it did now. For 100 long years. For all that time she had lived with one mission. She had looked forward to the moment when the man before her would descend from Asgard and take the throne. But I will not go. The moment she had been waiting for was an illusion that would never come.
I'm sorry.
What do you mean by that? Exactly as you heard. Your mission is to hide and protect the throne, not to wait for me. Belvium, who had been kneeling, suddenly stood up. Does that mean you will not take the throne? Yes. The king. Belvium, about to say something, fell silent. She realized that what she was about to say was presumptuous. But stepping back wasn't an option. Her 400 years had been too long for that. You must inherit the thunder. Her final attempt at persuasion. I already possess half of it. Is just half enough? I will train to fill the part one lack. So I won't bring shame to my father. It was an unyielding response. Belvium's words weren't out of concern for the man in front of her or for the safety of the throne. It was about her own efforts and the reward for her time. She bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. Have we been abandoned by Asgard? Feelings of anger, frustration, and betrayal overwhelmed Belvium. The noble and great warrior was falling into darkness right before his eyes. Yet the man's reaction remained unchanged. And then, to her question about abandonment, the man responded. I'm sorry, my Valkyrie. The cutscene ended. As the story concluded, Belvium, who had lost a lot of blood, was turning pale, nearing death. He couldn't even remember my name. She had devoted hundreds of years to his single request. Yet he couldn't remember her name. That was Belvium's answer to the question. A warrior whose name was forgotten was as good as abandoned. So, you betrayed Asgard? And tried to kill us as well. I didn't think it through that far. Whether it was you or me, we were all abandoned. Then, I thought this. Belvium's voice grew weaker. If I could take the throne, maybe I could just live as a human. You could have just said that. Said? I tried. Belvium's gaze turned towards Elaine's corpse. To her. You did. Yes. She called me a disgrace to warriors. With a self-mocking voice, Belvium looked up at Suyuk. Yes. Rather. Her eyes slowly closed in death. The fact that she had lived long enough to speak was itself a miracle. If you want to end it, if you really want that, answer this one thing. The reason for the betrayal was important, but Suyuk needed this answer more. How was Muspelheim able to send so many demons? If Belvium had investigated Muspelheim's demons and held the truth, then her words might be the key to reclaiming the Thunder Throne. But how many? Thunk dash. Just as Belvium was about to continue, a long spear pierced her chest. Vigo's sudden actions. Naturally, Suyuk and Viola's gazes turned to him. Vigo dash. Eh? What's wrong with him suddenly? Who pressed the panic button? Thud dash. Unlike the startled Viola, Suyuk swiftly kicked Vigo in the chest. He checked on Belvium just in case, but given her dire condition and the spear through her heart, it was unlikely she was still alive. Just as expected. You have passed stage 3. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Strength increased by 1. Agility increased by 2. Stamina increased by 1. Magic increased by 1. Focus increased by 1. You have earned 10,000 points. You have obtained Holy Sword Valkyrie. As the message confirming the completion of the trial echoed, it was clear that Belvium had taken her last breath. Suyuk turned to look at Vigo. Stumbling and faltering from Suyuk's kick, Vigo flew weakly. The first thing Suyuk checked was his eyes. His pupils are dilated. Empty, lifeless eyes like those of a dead dog. No matter how he looked at it, Vigo was not in a normal state. Such eyes usually appeared when one's consciousness was controlled by someone else. There's something in this mansion. Someone who wanted Belvium dead. Someone who needed to silence her. Muspelheim, perhaps. The demons had begun to interfere seriously with this trial. Sure enough. Stage 2, Rescue, is in progress. Do you wish to start Stage 4, Mission? The system asked Suyuk. He could sleep as he is now, or he could move forward and complete Asgard's mission. Chapter 107. The difficulty of the stages increases as you progress. This is a very simple theory. Suyuk was faced with two choices. Stage 2 and Stage 4. Run away or take on the challenge. It was obvious what the viewers wanted. Definitely Stage 4. We need to go, LOL. Beat those demon bastards. Scared? Scared? The viewers clearly didn't want Suyuk to run away. Mission Villain has registered a mission. Break the demon bastards' heads? Stage 4 challenge, 10,000 points. Unstable Assets has registered a mission. Reclaim the throne, 20,000 points. Nunity has registered a mission. Complete Stage 4. Everyone survives, 50,000 points. Viola Defense Force has registered a mission. Save Viola and pass Stage 4, 50,000 points. Was it because the trial's difficulty increased? Missions appeared one after another as if they had been waiting. This meant that many viewers wanted the tougher path. With risk comes reward. And for Suyuk, who needed a lot of points for skill levels, items, and enhancements like Jinwen surgeries, these missions were good opportunities to increase his returns. So, thank you for all the donations. Naturally, Suyuk had no intention of refusing these missions. LOL already accepted. He's in money mode. Possessed by Suyuk. Enthusiastic cheers filled the air. But some were also worried. But is this really okay? This is crazy. Let's just die quickly and retry. Hundreds of demons. Each one of them had strength comparable to a Valkyrie. On their side, there was one Valkyrie, Vigo, who was more of a hindrance, and Suyuk himself. If their goal was to escape the city, it might be different. But if the demons' goal was the Thunder Throne, they would surely be desperate to protect it. It seemed beyond difficult, almost impossible. Step dash. Just as Suyuk made his decision, Vigo started moving again, stumbling. Was he about to attack Viola? He raised his spear again, preparing to strike. One of the missions was that everyone must survive. If Suyuk couldn't just leave him behind, then he had to bring him along. Crackle dash. With lightning at his feet, Suyuk increased his speed. Given Vigo's current state, he wouldn't react in time. Get a grip. Thump dash. Suyuk's hand grasped Vigo's throat tightly. Whether it be a machine or person, when there's a malfunction, brute force is often the remedy. Crackle dash. Vigo's eyes rolled back in his head. After shaking briefly, he fell to his knees and collapsed on the floor. Shortly thereafter, whoosh dash. A dark crimson energy that had inhabited Vigo's body began to seep out. That must be it. The remnants of the demon that had controlled Vigo. Suyuk didn't hesitate. He charged his fingertips with lightning and lashed out. Boom! The clash of thunder accompanied a surge of electricity that penetrated through the demonic residue. The dark energy burned away noisily, and as it dispersed, the natural color slowly returned to Vigo's eyes. Huh? Vigo sat there for a moment, dazed, looking around him. His gaze then turned towards Viola and the body of Belvium lying at her feet. So that wasn't a dream. Vigo's hands shook as he was struck with shock and realization of what he had done. It seemed that he hadn't lost all memory of the events. It was convenient not to have to explain, but it was still unfortunate not to have heard more from Belvium. Swoosh dash. Suyuk picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground. The reward for Stage 3, Betrayal, was the sword that Belvium had used. So I've acquired it like this. It was a sword wielded by a Valkyrie. Despite the centuries that had passed, the blade was neither dulled nor corroded, signifying it was no ordinary weapon. Suyuk quickly checked the item's options. Holy Sword Valkyrie. Grade: Unique. This is the sword used by Belvium of Valhalla, a Valkyrie. It is imbued with the spirits of numerous warriors and a sacred power. Stamina +5. Stamina recovery rate +50%. Inflicts 20% additional damage on demonic entities. Permanently regenerates durability. As he held the sword, the tips of his fingers felt as if they could be cut by the sharpness emanating from the blade. It was like it had just been sharpened, maintaining the best condition. He felt revitalized all over. The sensation of his body feeling lighter, as if about to take flight, could only come from wielding a blessed sword of high quality. Nice. Both the performance of the sword and its options were pleasing. The addition of 5 stamina stats went without saying, and the stamina recovery rate was a hallmark trait of a holy sword. In fact, this was precisely why Suyuk favored holy swords. The stamina option and recovery rate are great, but the sword's performance itself is better than what I was using before. It's a good sword. He finally had a proper sword. Indeed, a holy sword was perfectly suited for wielding lightning. As he secured his reward and everything was ready. Scream dash! The cry signaling the start of the next stage rang out. The sound came from some distance away, but there were clearly many voices. Oh, demons! Aya! Citizens' militia! The knights! Citizens screamed at the emergence of demons, calling out for help, seeking the citizens' militia and the kingdom's knights. In an instant, the outside of the mansion turned into chaos. They've arrived, Vigo said, steadying himself after his earlier bout of self-reproach. I know, Suyuk responded, turning to Viola. There wasn't time for a long discussion. Suyuk immediately shared his objective. I'm planning to go find the throne. Are you serious? Yes. Suyuk nodded. I have a basis for trying. A basis? We just saw it together, didn't we? Suyuk indicated Belvium, who had been slain by Vigo while under control. While they hadn't gotten a definitive answer from Belvium, the recent events provided a significant clue. It means they're hiding something. Suyuk prided himself on having confronted demons more than anyone else in the tower, and as such, he knew their habits well. If there were really hundreds of demons lurking in this city, they wouldn't need to resort to such tactics. Viola's eyes widened as she realized something. Suyuk was right. It didn't make sense for the demons to use such cunning tactics out of fear of just one Valkyrie and one human. It suggested they were hiding something. If there's any hope, Valkyries were beings willing to sacrifice their lives countless times for their mission. Let's go. She nodded firmly, determined. Belvium was right. If it's a forsaken place anyway, it's better for someone to occupy it rather than let it fall to the demons. That someone was obviously Suyuk. Viola's eyes conveyed as much. Then it's decided. Smirking behind his mask, Suyuk smiled. Judging by her expression, she seemed to have no more hesitation. Having a Valkyrie as an ally would be a significant advantage. Most importantly, if they left her behind, the trial might end in failure, regardless of whether they reclaimed the throne. Let's go, then.
No.
As Viola was about to step outside the mansion, Suyuk stopped her. Confused, she looked at Suyuk, who pointed in a different direction with his finger. We're going this way. Asterisk. The 3 Valkyries had each protected the throne in their own ways. Elaine, as a noble of Conrad Kingdom, had ensured no new king rose in the kingdom for 500 years. Viola, as the guardian knight of the kingdom, had protected the throne from the closest position. And Belvium, she had been stationed at the mansion connected to the throne, ready to safeguard it at any moment. I never knew this place existed. Viola walked through the underground path with a sense of wonder. The only way to illuminate the path in the darkness was a small orb of light that Viola had created. You didn't know? No, not at all. Viola had served in the royal palace of Conrad Kingdom for hundreds of years. Even she didn't know about it, which meant no one else knew about this path. Then the secret was well kept. Belvium must have been dedicated to her mission in her own way. Despite her betrayal, Belvium was still a Valkyrie. Until she discovered that Asgard had abandoned the throne, and by extension, abandoned them, she had been devoted to her mission more than anyone. With a path like this, walking along the path, Viola mumbled, contemplating the possibilities. If the royal palace hasn't fallen, we might be able to retrieve the throne. A glimmer of hope emerged. Viola's face began to show some signs of life. Suyuk noticed the wound on Viola's back. Are you all right? This? Viola nodded, indicating she was fine. Yes, there's nothing to worry about. The wound isn't small. When the war with Muspelheim was at its peak, I fought even with wounds much worse than this. This is nothing. Suyuk nodded at her response. His concern wasn't just about the extent of the wound. Though the wound on her back wasn't small, he didn't think a Valkyrie would be unable to fight because of it. What he was more concerned about was something else. It's more a mental than a physical issue. Her mental state, no matter how strong someone's mental fortitude was, she had lost 2 comrades she had been with for centuries. Moreover, one of them had betrayed her and tried to kill her. For him, it was an event that felt like just 20 years ago. He had been betrayed by Kim Il-soo, whom he had trusted as an old friend, and half of his other friends had died. In his madness, he had chosen to die there alongside Kim Il-soo. He had failed, but still. Back then, what had kept him going were his surviving comrades. For Viola now, the only thing keeping her going was her mission. As they walked, drawing closer to their destination. You desire the power of lightning, right? Viola asked, difficultly revealing her true thoughts. You already possess some of it. Yes, that's correct. Suyuk didn't avoid answering. She was right. This was his true intention. He had no intention of hiding it. If he did, Viola would see him as someone inscrutable. That's good. Viola nodded slightly and spoke. If something happens to me, prioritize the mission over me. As expected, what was keeping her grounded was her last remaining mission from Asgard. Suyuk directed his gaze forward. They came upon a staircase leading upward. This was the central temple of the Conrad Kingdom, leading to the Thunder Throne. Before they ascended, that will never happen. Suyuk responded, cutting off Viola's words decisively. Viola, who had a solemn expression, turned to look at the side of Suyuk's face. Vigo also seemed surprised. Both were touched, but Suyuk's response wasn't purely altruistic. Joking? Just try letting her die. Protect her at all costs. Haha. No way he'd really do that, right? More than half the popularity of this stream was due to Viola. Perhaps that's why half of the new missions were directly tied to her survival. If she dies, the losses will be huge. Chapter 108. Conrad Kingdom's Royal Palace. In the central training grounds located underground, the knights were assembled. Demons all of a sudden? Silvas, the captain of the Royal Knights of Conrad Kingdom, emerged, donning his gear. Behind him, the knights lined up, ready to defend the royal palace. The numbers haven't been ascertained yet. Their identities remain ambiguous. Ambiguous? What do you mean? We haven't confirmed any definite shapes or numbers. Are you kidding me? Demons had appeared in the heart of the capital, near the royal palace. Yet they couldn't even determine their numbers or shapes. It was maddeningly frustrating. I apologize. First, find out their objective. Gather detailed intelligence on their forces. And Silvas clenched his hand, hesitating before he continued. Where is Lady Viola? At Silvas's question, the vice-captain, Braun, had an incredulous expression. Are you suggesting that Lady Viola? I know what you're thinking. Silvas interrupted, shaking his head. But if demons have really appeared in the kingdom, then the legend might be true as well. It has to be. Yes. Bronn nodded and quickly issued orders to the knights. You heard him. From now on, each squad splits up based on their roles. The Central Knights will request cooperation from the temple and prepare for demon hunting. Understood. Stop talking and start moving. The knight's steps quickened. Silvas watched the knights leave and found himself alone. Demons. He knew such beings existed. God and demons definitely existed and might even be nearby. But no demons had appeared in the history of Conrad Kingdom for the past few hundred years. Their existence was merely passed down through pictures and stories. And now? Why now of all times? Was it the end of the kingdom? Or, unlike the legends, was it just a passing storm? Silvas didn't have the answer. For hundreds of years, one knight, rooted in this kingdom like a legend, had safeguarded the kingdom. Lady Viola. Perhaps he had the answers. Creak dash. Just then, a door on the floor suddenly opened. Are you looking for me? What? Silvas widened his eyes in surprise. A woman with such beautiful blonde hair that one could never forget once seen. The very person they had been searching for stood before him. Sir, Lady Viola? Yes, Sir Silvas. How are you here? No, more importantly, what about this passage? Silvas's gaze then shifted to Suyuk and Vigo, who had followed behind Viola. He recognized Vigo, having seen him a few times. He knew Vigo was a close associate of Viola and a highly skilled knight. But who is this man? A man in strange attire whose identity he did not know. Viola's sudden appearance raised many questions. How she had appeared here, what that passage was, and who this mysterious man was. But there was no time to explain everything. The demons are already inside the castle. What? Gather the knights. We must reclaim the throne. Silvas thought back to the recent situation. The knights are currently moving out to deal with the demons outside. The demons' goal is the vacant throne of the kingdom. Why would they be after the throne? Because it came from Asgard. Silvas's eyes changed at that answer. As expected, Lady Viola, you are. I apologize for the deception. Whoosh dash. A pure white aura emitted from Viola's entire body. As the Valkyrie's power was revealed, Silvas's eyes widened, and he knelt. I bow to the messenger of the gods. A legend existed in Conrad Kingdom. Since the founding of the kingdom, a single knight had always protected it. That knight was said to be a messenger from the heavens, and the true king of Conrad Kingdom was believed to be that knight. There's no need for that, Silvas. Now is not the time for formalities. As if marking today as the final day of her mission, Viola revealed everything she had been hiding. Following her words, Silvas stood up from his kneeling position. Respect for the Valkyrie was up to this point. Now was the time to deal with the demons that had appeared in the kingdom. As the Valkyrie commands, I will recall the knights back to the castle. The objective is to guard the throne. Yes, absolutely. Silvas no longer regarded Suyuk with curiosity. It seemed he had decided to trust anyone who was with Viola. One less thing to worry about. Suyuk glanced at Silvas, who was rushing ahead, and then lifted his head. This is strange. The reaction made it seem as if it was the first time demons had appeared in the castle. Despite Viola having fled outside the kingdom because of the demons, Suyuk, Viola, and Vigo followed Silvas to the surface. As soon as they emerged from the underground training grounds, blaze dash, a fiery scene greeted their eyes, with flames blazing red. What? A bewildered Silvas saw the fallen knights scattered along the corridor floor. The castle was already in chaos. Flames erupted from the walls, and the bodies of knights, servants, and others lay strewn about. And through the window, thud dash, demons from Muspelheim peered into the castle from beyond the windows. Des démons. Silvas staggered backward. Suyuk's gaze moved to the demons outside the window. Demons over 5 meters tall. Being originally giants, Muspelheim's demons reached heights equivalent to several stories. Seeing the giants engulfed in flames, Suyuk narrowed his eyes. I have a rough idea. Boom! A giant's fist smashed the castle wall, causing flames to blaze up. As Silvas hurriedly unsheathed his sword, something flashed in front of him. Crunch dash! The giant's fist was split in two. The flames that had been burning fiercely were extinguished in an instant, brightening the surroundings. Go up! Quickly! With a single stroke, Viola severed the demon's hand. The demon's attention was drawn to the sword she wielded. Take this way, please. Taking the opportunity Viola created by holding off the demons, Silvas guided Suyuk and Vigo. While uncertain of the situation, he decided it was imperative to help Viola and her companions. But then, what are you doing? Not coming. We don't have time to leisurely take the stairs. Instead of following Silvas, Suyuk closed his eyes quietly. Using the stairs was inefficient. Though he felt slightly guilty, the only way to reduce their journey was to use his power. The direction is straight up. Reopening his eyes, he looked upward. He gathered lightning into his hand. Recalling the feeling of creating the lightning spear, he prepared a powerful strike. The target wasn't the demons surrounding Viola. It was the ceiling that separated the floors. Flash dash! Boom dash! The bolt of lightning shot through the ceiling, soaring high into the sky. No matter how sturdy the marble ceiling might be, it wasn't as thick as the castle walls. The lightning pierced through the royal castle's ceiling, reaching up to the clouds. A path is clear, Vigo shouted at the gaping hole above them. Quickly, up! Tap dash! Suyuk moved even faster than Vigo's shout, though he didn't jump directly upwards immediately. Boom dash! Lightning exploded on the head of a demon rushing towards Viola. Viola, who was about to swing her sword at the staggering demon, paused momentarily. And in that moment, this way, grip dash! Suyuk grabbed Viola's wrist and pulled her upwards through the ceiling opening. You go first. No need to waste your strength. Waste? How? It's a waste, indeed. Up on the ceiling that pierced through to the sky. Running towards the top where the throne was located, Suyuk spoke with certainty. You'll see soon enough. Leaping over several ceilings, Viola and Suyuk arrived at the temple where the throne was located. Thud dash! But arriving didn't mean it was over. Of course. Viola looked despondent, as if she had expected this. Flame dash! The gigantic temple, spanning thousands of square meters, was ablaze. The high throne was surrounded by flames hotter than lava, and within the blazing inferno, the silhouettes of dozens of demons glowed menacingly. Just a Valkyrie and a human, is it? The human is slightly interesting. He possesses the power of lightning. Why a human? We'll soon find out. First, let's tear them limb from limb and ask questions later. The giant's vicious conversation made Viola grimace in disgust. The demons below were nothing. The fearsome sight of the demons surrounding the temple made it hard for her to breathe. Though she had held on to even a sliver of hope, there was no such thing in this battle from the start. Viola! Clink dash! Vigo pointed his spear forward. His spear trembled. It's been an honor fighting alongside you. Forcing a smile, Vigo continued. I had hoped to have a more valiant farewell, but, Vigo, I'm sorry for what happened with Belvium. I showed such a pathetic side. The fearful aura of a warrior prepared to die flowed from him. With the determination to take at least one demon with him, Vigo braced himself to perform the impossible. But, just as he was about to move, don't act so foolish. Grab dash! Thud dash! Suddenly, his collar was grabbed, and Vigo fell backward awkwardly. Ugh dashed up. Stay put. What are you doing? I need to check something. Suyuk's gaze turned to the throne engulfed in flames. There's something I need to do there. The flames around the throne were so intense that the throne itself was barely visible. Approaching it seemed nearly impossible. Step dash. However, Suyuk leisurely began to walk toward the throne. If you go alone, it's Dan. Do not follow. Without looking back, Suyuk repeated to Viola and Vigo. I need to check something. It was the same statement again. His calm voice was somehow reassuring. Viola and Vigo watched in a daze as he walked into the flames and the demons. His figure walking into the inferno seemed anything but suicidal. It was an unreal sight. Maybe, perhaps he had found a way. Flame dash. Suyuk's form disappeared into the flames. Demon silhouettes, wielding swords and hammers, could be seen aiming at him. Suyuk! But despite Viola's shout, the flames roared even fiercer, completely consuming Suyuk. Whoosh dash! Ah! A sigh escaped Viola's lips. Felt like waking from a hopeful dream back into harsh reality. The small glimmer of hope vanished. The flames had completely devoured Suyuk, and he was gone without a trace. All that was left was to wait for the flames to consume them as well. But then, Viola! An astonished Vigo pointed somewhere with his finger. Look! The throne! The throne! Viola's gaze followed Vigo's finger. Within the fierce flames, a faint, wavering silhouette could be seen. At the highest point of the temple, on Asgard's cherished treasure that no one had ever been able to sit on. Amidst the raging red flames, someone was sitting on the Thunder Throne. Tail's corner. Hell yeah, the king has returned. Or maybe arrived. Chapter 109. The Thunder Throne is identifying its owner. When Suyuk first sat on the throne, his heart skipped a beat for a moment. He thought it would be over once he sat down, but it wasn't. How annoyingly fastidious. Previously, no such message had appeared. Granted, back then, the names of the throne and the treasures hidden within were slightly different. The unused Thunder Throne, and the empty heart of thunder. This throne was originally supposed to be tattered and drained of power by the demons. However, the empty heart of thunder is governing the Thunder Throne. The Thunder Throne recognizes you as its owner. Thanks to the shell that remained inside, Suyuk was able to sit here. So, this item was the key. To think the reward for conquering the Thunder Cave was merely a key. But considering the significance of the Thunder Throne, it wasn't just anything. This throne was originally prepared for the next king of Asgard. Flame dash. The flames blazed fiercely. It was as if they were telling him to get off the throne. That throne doesn't belong to you. Step down. Otherwise, you will live forever in a hellish fire, neither dead nor alive. Whoosh dash. The flames roared threateningly. Giant swords and hammers approached the throne as if to destroy it. But only for a moment. What a cliché line. Crackle dash. The demon's swords and hammers were blocked by the blue lightning surrounding the throne. You don't even have the strength for that. Crack dash. The throne, having found its master, split apart. Having experienced this once before, Suyuk wasn't surprised. The Thunder Throne. This seat, which the ruler of Asgard intended to pass on to their successor, hid treasures carefully guarded by the gods. Crack, crackle dash. Once the throne cracked, it began to crumble rapidly. And as if not willing to wait, thud dash. Suyuk reached into the broken throne and grabbed the desired item. You have obtained the Heart of Thunder. And at that moment, flash dash. The memories of thunder commence. The final cutscene of this trial began. Asterisk. It was blurry. Suyuk thought the cutscene hadn't started yet, given the view before him. Many people were gathered around a single object. He thought the cutscene hadn't begun because their faces were obscured by dark fog. But then, pause? Did someone break him? Falhai? Dash action. It seemed that wasn't the case. Again, whenever Suyuk undertook a test related to lightning, a cutscene that wasn't streamed to the viewers appeared. This cutscene was one of those. To the viewers, it seemed as if Suyuk had simply frozen in place. As Suyuk briefly glanced at the chat, it happened. No one is speaking. Among those whose faces were obscured by dark fog, a man clad in golden armor spoke. It's not an easy decision to make. Whoever takes it won't be easily accepted. Suyuk's gaze turned towards the object in the center. It was the blue gem he held in his hand. Or rather, it looked similar but was different in one aspect. The size. The gem looked at least twice as large as the one in Suyuk's hand. Who will take it? It seemed this gathering was meant to determine the owner of the artifact. However, no one spoke up even as time passed. If no one wants it, I'll take it. The man in the golden armor who first spoke made this declaration, causing others to protest.
No.
You already have the biggest share among us. Your greed is excessive. As if expecting such reactions, he responded indifferently. Then decide quickly. Who will take it? They couldn't see faces or expressions, but it was clear from their reactions. Everyone present coveted that artifact. The only reason they hesitated was singular. We'd like to take it, but there might be another bloodbath. Too much blood had been spilled over that artifact already. Everyone watched each other warily, not daring to speak up. Then, I'll take it. One person finally stepped forward. If it's you, then. If it's you, I agree. Not a bad choice. Do as you will. There was no opposition. As the decision seemed made, the person known as stepped forward. When grasped the blue gem with a large hand. I have one question. The man in the golden armor asked. What do you intend to do with it? Everyone's attention turned back to. It was a question on everyone's mind, including Suyuk's. What would the person do with the power of lightning? It seemed he had already thought it through, as his answer came quickly. I intend to give it to my son.
Son.
The response caused a stir. You're not going to use it yourself? You're passing it to your bloodline? The unexpected choice created a murmur among the group. Though it became somewhat noisy, there was no outright opposition. In fact, it seemed that many were satisfied, thinking this might be the correct decision. Not a bad idea. I agree. So in the end, none of us will take it for ourselves. Some even laughed heartily. Suyuk strained to see their faces hidden by the dark fog. Who are you people? He knew he currently lacked the authority to know. The obscured names, the unseen faces were all filtered by the system. Despite this, Suyuk tried to glean any clues about them. Getting even a small hint might bring him a step closer to understanding the power of lightning. Then it settled. The scene started to blur. The cutscene was ending. Without blinking, Suyuk focused intently, trying to discern even one more detail. And then, is looking at you. Is looking at you. Is looking at you. A memory from long ago flashed in Suyuk's mind. He recalled the cutscene he saw when he first obtained the Heart of Thunder. Could it be? The shadowy figures, the nameless gazes. They overlapped with the figures from that cutscene. Those from back then? Flash dash. Asterisk. Flame dash. Within the roaring flames, the throne was crumbling and collapsing. For a moment, a powerful burst of lightning seemed to threaten the demons, but it was fleeting. What's happening? Biting her lip in anxiety and worry, Viola stared into the flames. Someone had definitely sat on the throne. Since unauthorized individuals couldn't sit on it, and the giants wouldn't sit there, it had to be Suyuk. But how? She had wondered if he could become the new owner of the throne. But that was assuming the throne was undamaged. Penetrating through the blazing inferno and contending with dozens or hundreds of demons seemed impossible. If he had such power, he wouldn't have needed to use the underground passage made by Belvium. Rumble dash. The throne had completely collapsed. There was no sign of Suyuk, and they couldn't tell how their mission was proceeding amidst the engulfing flames. Step dash. Someone emerged from the fire. It was Suyuk leisurely walking through the demons. In his hand was a blue gem. That is. Viola's eyes widened at the familiar power emanating from the gem. She had no concrete evidence, but she was more certain than anything. For 500 years, she had lived for one thing, and she could not fail to recognize it. The Thunder Throne. The very item that the three Valkyries had been protecting all this time was that small gem. You said you needed to check something, right? As Suyuk approached, instead of explaining the gem, he said something completely different. I'll show you. Shing dash. He drew the sword from his waist. The silver blade reflected the fiery landscape of the temple. Was he planning to fight now? Against that many demons? Before the doubt could even settle. Boom dash! A deafening thunderclap erupted from the blue gem in Suyuk's hand. It was a familiar sound. Rather than being bothered by the piercing noise, Viola felt a comforting sense of returning home. These sounds were identical to when she served in Asgard, when a little boy acquired another piece of thunder. Viola! Finally! I have received the recognition of thunder. When was that? Over 500 years ago, almost 1,000 years in the past. The young prince of Asgard who hadn't yet shed his boyish image. Look at this! Boom dash! He joyously swung his hammer, thrilled by the power he had acquired. Despite being so young, his strength was overwhelming, and the Valkyries couldn't stop him. Prince Thor, the prince of Asgard who led battles with Mjolnir, a hammer forged from fragments of thunder and the blessings of countless stars. When he first swung Mjolnir, it made the same sound. As Viola was momentarily lost in nostalgia, overwhelmed by Suyuk's display of power. Flash dash! With a blinding light, Suyuk's sword descended. Boom dash! With the echoing thunderclap, the blazing red flames that engulfed the temple were split vertically. As if extinguished by a fierce wind, the flames within the temple wavered precariously. Whoosh dash! What followed took Viola completely by surprise once more. What? As the flames receded, the demons filling the temple disappeared like a mirage. One by one, without making any noise, they vanished as if they had never been there. What is this? Vigo was equally bewildered. Could he have slain all those demons with a single swing? No, it was impossible. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a select few, including the king of Asgard and some of the greatest chosen gods. Though it was astonishing that Suyuk had acquired a power similar to Thor's, it still didn't make sense. Unable to hold back any longer, Viola asked, "How did you do that?" "I simply showed the truth." Even now, the demons that had been before them continued to vanish rapidly. "You wondered how Muspelheim managed to send so many demons, right?" "Yes, I did." "You were wrong." Suyuk shook his head and gestured to the split flames. There were no such demons to begin with. Chapter 110. The scene had completely changed. Everything vanished like an illusion. The collapsed throne, the now empty temple, and in the middle of it all, only a single feeble ember remained, flickering much more weakly than before. Swoosh dash! Something emerged from that ember. A blood-red hand that seemed to have been dipped in blood. Red eyes, symbolic of demons. As Viola looked at the demon with long, dark hair tinged with crimson, she asked, "What is that?" "A demon. I can tell that much. But what exactly happened?" "There was only one. All those demons had vanished, leaving just one behind. There was only ever one. The problem was the initial belief in the hundreds of demons. Only Viola and Elaine had confirmed it with their eyes. It's much easier to deceive the eyes of 2 Valkyries than to bring hundreds of demons here. No way. An illusion-based demon. Viola had seen hundreds of demons in the single demon before her, and Elaine had seen the same, with one exception. Belvium seemed to have known. Suyuk's gaze turned to the demon slowly rising. Judging by how she desperately tried to keep it hidden. "When did you figure it out?" Suyuk hesitated briefly before answering the demon's question. "I suspected from the beginning." There was no real need to answer the demon's question, but the truth. How did he know? Well said, image of a cow climbing. Good question. The viewers were just as curious. But I needed confirmation. Confirmation. Neither Asgard nor Muspelheim can intervene heavily here, right? That's what's set by the system. That was the first point of suspicion. And the city was too quiet. If there were truly that many demons, the city would have been in chaos long ago. Is that all?
No.
Surely not. Up to that point, it was just a sense of something being off. He became certain later. You killed Belvium. That was the biggest clue. Suyuk's gaze turned to the bewildered Vigo. You used him. Mimi? Yes, you. Perhaps her death was a mechanism within this trial to ensure its completion. If not for that situation, even Suyuk wouldn't have been so certain. A demon with illusion abilities. If that demon has something to hide, it's obvious, isn't it? The most fundamental condition for breaking an illusion is realizing that it is an illusion. The same goes for illusions that fall under the illusion category. The moment you recognize it isn't real, its power diminishes. Therefore, demons or players with illusion abilities put a great deal of effort into ensuring their illusions aren't discovered. Moreover, above all, there is no such thing as an insurmountable trial. The last statement was directed into the mic. This was for the viewers. Terms like trials wouldn't make sense to demons or valkyries. Was that why? Listening to the explanation, Viola thought back to Suyuk entering the flames. I need to check something. From the start, Suyuk knew the flames were fake. Entering the flames was a way to confirm it. But is merely knowing enough? Though she was a swordswoman, Viola wasn't entirely ignorant about illusion abilities. Training to become a Valkyrie included dealing with the illusions and hallucinations used by demons. Even if she knew she was under an illusion, even recognizing the demon before her as an illusion was only the first step. Knowing and overcoming it are different matters. The illusion was crafted so well that even a Valkyrie was ensnared. Recognizing it as real, even for a moment, could mean instant immolation. To overcome it meant having immense confidence in one's own strength and mental fortitude. I've answered everything, so let me ask you one thing. Although his earlier explanation was for the viewers, Suyuk took the opportunity to ask a question. How did Belvium come to know about this? I doubt she figured it out on her own. The one question that remained unsolved. Given that they had gone to great lengths to kill Belvium, it was clear she knew something, but the process was unclear. Fortunately, she came to see me because of that item in your hand. The demon, who knew the reason, provided an answer. She wanted me to just take it. Her resentment towards Asgard was considerable. The demon's lips curled into a smirk. Despite being exposed, he wasn't significantly disturbed. No. Instead, he looked past Suyuk to Viola with mockery in his eyes. Is your household quite dysfunctional too? The demon taunted Viola, using Belvium's betrayal as fodder. Having just been betrayed and stabbed in the back by her friend, Viola clenched her jaw so hard, her teeth threatened to break. Shut up. I don't want to hear it from someone worse than us. We've always been like this. But you all weren't, were you? The demon's taunt left Viola at a loss for words. He was right. Demons had never valued comradeship or friendship. For them, companionship was something to be betrayed at convenience, and when nourishment was needed, to be devoured like a meal. You pretend to be noble on the outside, but inside you're hypocrites just like us. The demon was essentially saying that they were no different from each other. What makes you any different from us? Briefly, the demon's gaze shifted to the gem in Suyuk's hand, the Heart of Thunder. The artifact desired by Valkyries descended to earth and demons risen from hell. It's all because of that. The demon's true desire lay in Suyuk's hand. You Valkyries have fallen and become no different from us demons. Swoosh dash. The demon reached out a hand. Hand that over to us. Then such tragedies will never happen again. With that, Suyuk glanced at Viola. He could sense her wavering. Viola was already shaken by Belvium's betrayal and Elaine's death. What had held her together was the single word, mission. But to hear that the mission was the reason her comrades died. Don't listen. Viola flinched at Suyuk's voice and looked up. He's like a snake. His voice is laced with illusions. Hearing was as sensitive a sense as sight. Just as sight could be deceived by illusions, voice was often used as a medium to cast illusions. What? You figured that out? Belvium fell for your tricks as well. Nonsense. The demon grinned at Suyuk's deduction. You even got that right? With an almost affirmative reply, Viola's eyes widened. No way. Don't make it seem like it's all my fault. Do you think I chose her for no reason? Shrugging, the demon continued to taunt Viola. She already had deep doubts about the mission well before. I just added a bit of spice. Something very stimulating. You! Grit dash. Clenching her teeth, she exuded killing intent. Crack dash. As Viola took a step forward, the temple's floor cracked. Her body was so tensed with anger that she didn't even care about the floor. Putting all her strength into her legs, she lunged at the demon. How dare you! Wham dash! With both hands gripping her sword, she swung it with all her might. The walls of the temple were sliced, and the ceiling trembled. Rumble dash. Her strike cleaved the demon's body in two. But that didn't satiate her. She continued to swing her sword. Swing dash. Slash. Slash dash. In an instant, repeated blows split the demon's body into 100 pieces. Viola wasn't swinging her sword to kill the demon. She was using it to vent the rage boiling inside her.
Moments later.
As she was about to swing her sword at the now unrecognizable demon again. Stop! Grip dash. A hand caught her wildly swinging arm. Suyuk was the one who stopped her. I don't want to stop. If you were cutting him properly, I'd let you continue. What? Wondering what he meant, Viola looked back at Suyuk, who had stopped her. Whoosh dash. Suddenly, the world around her changed. Feeling a strange sense of discomfort, she turned to the demon and saw that he wasn't cut into hundreds of pieces. He didn't even have a scratch. What? You were wildly swinging your sword at empty air. Crush dash. With his other hand, Suyuk crushed a long red thorn he had grabbed with his grip, without realizing that this was aiming for your neck. Ah! Viola, drenched in sweat and exhausted, slumped to the ground. She looked half out of her mind. Part of it was due to moving violently while badly injured, but more than that, she seemed to have sustained significant mental damage. It made sense. An illusionist's power was always about wounding the mind more than the body. Of course, that didn't work on everyone. It seems it doesn't work on you. The demon's expression changed for the first time, showing displeasure. Unlike with Viola, his ability didn't affect Suyuk. He had assumed he'd dealt with all of Asgard's Valkyries, but an unexpected variable had appeared. If it were any other time, even she'd be a tough opponent. Viola was a woman of great mental fortitude. Losing 2 comrades and still running here for the mission showed that clearly. The reason she fell into the illusion multiple times despite this was simple. She's just hurting right now. The pain of losing comrades was something Suyuk understood well. If it were him standing there instead of Viola, he too would have easily succumbed to the illusion. Right now, the demon in front of them was a perfect counter to Viola in her current state. Step dash. Suyuk walked past Viola and approached the demon. So, I'll just have to help her out for now. You seem to be under a misunderstanding. Creak dash. Numerous blood-red thorns materialized around the demon. Do you think illusions are the only thing I can do? It was as if the demon was wielding thousands, even tens of thousands of weapons. Considering the system's penalties, Muspelheim had chosen and sent one of their finest. This demon likely had the strength equivalent to 3 Valkyries, including Viola. Illusions were just one of his many abilities. He was undoubtedly a high-ranking demon. But it doesn't matter. If this was the final trial. Sizzle, sizzle dash. Suyuk could use something powerful enough to ignore all that. Sizzle, crackle dash. As lightning spread over Suyuk's body, an eerie black light began to envelop it. No matter what you can do. At that moment, boom! With a thunderous roar, black lightning struck Suyuk from the broken ceiling of the temple. The Lightning Lord dwells in your body. Chapter 111. The first memory of Voltaire, the demon from Muspelheim, was of gazes filled with prejudice and hatred. He's too small. Such an unimpressive creature. A disgrace to Muspelheim. He remembered looking up at the demons who uttered those words for a long time. Muspelheim was the world of giants. Giants and demons. A world inhabited by a great race possessing the strength of both. That was what Muspelheim was. But in such a place, Why am I so small? Voltaire was born devoid of a giant's bloodline, possessing only the power of a demon. Crunch dash. If his first memory was of hatred and prejudice, his first meal was a discarded bone with scraps of meat. Voltaire grew up eating such things. He survived by eating whatever he could and built up his strength. He avoided being trampled by giants several times and hid away. How much time passed like that? One day, suddenly he realized they didn't seem so big anymore. Drip, drip dash. So he killed them all. On the day he stood atop the corpses of demons whose bodies were torn apart by thousands of thorns, Voltaire no longer feared other demons. Then one day, a different kind of demon came to find him. A demon of a different stature. A body so sturdy that the thorns couldn't pierce it. Much greater than the demons who had initially looked at him with disgust. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness enveloped him. I have a task for you. The demon suddenly presented him with a whip and a carrot. If you do well, we'll accept you into us. Just the word made Voltaire's heart burn with fervor. Even though he had killed countless demons who scorned him, the truth was, he wanted to be a part of the group known as Muspelheim. What do I need to do? At Voltaire's question, the demon whose head was hidden by clouds responded. Bring me thunder. Thunder? Voltaire looked up at the sky with a puzzled expression. Even in Muspelheim, where the flames blazed, thunder and lightning occasionally struck. But Voltaire had never thought of it as something one could hold. Above all, is it really necessary? Even in the sky he looked up at, the demon before him was there, with overwhelming strength and stature. His presence, which naturally commanded awe, seemed incomparable to the thunder and lightning striking from the sky. For someone like him, these natural phenomena seemed like mere child's play in front of him. That was how Voltaire thought at that time. Asterisk. Boom! He heard the sound in a split second. Something swept over his body. By the time he recognized it, the world had already turned black. He felt it instinctively. He must not get hit. But he couldn't avoid it. Then, could he block it? His body moved before his thoughts did. Numerous thorns enveloped Voltaire's body like armor. Crunch dash. Thousands, tens of thousands of thorns were crushed. In the blink of an eye, the black wave shattered the thorn armor and swept through Voltaire's body. What just passed? Crackle, crackle dash. His body wouldn't move, as if paralyzed. He couldn't even feel the heat. By the time the black-tinged lightning wave had swept through his body, his entire body had already been charred. I see. After a moment, Voltaire realized his situation. I'm dead. Thunk dash. His body toppled over. In the moment he sensed his death, Voltaire struggled to lift his head and looked at Suyuk. Crackle, crackle dash. A faint black aura was still flowing around Suyuk's body. Whatever had entered his body, he had become something completely different from before. Ah! As he looked at Suyuk, Voltaire recalled the demon who had once told him to bring the thunder. So that's why. He began to understand why such a great demon desired that power so much. Sizzle dash. Voltaire's body, which had fallen to the ground, crumbled into black ash and scattered. You have leveled up. Agility increased by 1. Focus increased by 1. Magic increased by 1. As Voltaire fell, Suyuk leveled up. Crackle dash. The power that had filled his body drained away. As the presence of the thunder's master dissipated, he felt his body lighten. And at that moment, you have passed stage 3. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Strength increased by 2. Agility increased by 2. Focus increased by 2. Stamina increased by 1. Magic increased by 2. You have gained 20,000 points. You have obtained the Heart of Thunder. After hunting the demon, Suyuk had already leveled up once, and now he leveled up 3 more times. He had also gained a substantial amount of points. While he wondered if there might be more rewards besides the Heart of Thunder, it seemed that this was indeed the final reward for the trial. Should I be satisfied with this? Glancing at the sparkling blue gem in his hand, Suyuk pondered. The heart of thunder gleamed brilliantly. Though there were no additional rewards, it wasn't as if the rewards were lacking. After all, it was an item so precious that both Asgard and Muspelheim coveted it. And not just them. As seen in the cutscene, it wasn't only Asgard that desired the Heart of Thunder. Many other beings, whose faces he wasn't yet allowed to see due to his current level, all wanted this item. However, Heart of Thunder. Grade, Legendary. Type, Material. Description: a raw gemstone imbued with the power of lightning. Note: it is a half-piece. The issue was that it was still difficult to use it properly in its current state. Material? Feels a bit underwhelming. Underwhelming? Oh, look at the grade. Do you see a legendary grade as a joke? When he quietly revealed the item's options, a heated debate arose among the viewers about its value. Most of the opinions were positive. There was no particular reason. As with most players, the first thing that caught their eye was the grade. Legendary grade. It wasn't the first time he had obtained such a grade. In the second floor's trial, Suyuk had gotten his hands on a legendary item. However, the lightning spear he acquired then was a single-use item. Now, the next one he obtained was classified as a material. It's better than a one-time use item, but still, it gave him a headache. The problem is finding an artisan. From his previous experience, he knew he could use the item even in its current state. It was highly effective. When he harnessed the item's power, even with relatively little effort, he could unleash higher output lightning. However, material items showed their true power only when properly crafted. Vulture Hebela has donated 100 points. I know an artisan. Want an introduction? It started with that donation message. I also know a jeweler. My friend is a really famous artisan in the Murim world. My profession is artifact maker, LOL. From introductions to claims of being an item maker themselves, many messages poured in. It was difficult to tell if they were genuine or not, and pondering this, he glanced at the chat briefly. Viola! Vigo's urgent voice called out. Turning his head to see what was wrong, Viola had collapsed unconscious. Move aside. Fearing something might be terribly wrong, he approached and checked her pulse, hearing her gentle breathing. She's out. Sleeping tight. Made herself at home. Relieved, Suyuk let out a sigh of relief. She's asleep. It seemed she had finally relaxed. The wounds inflicted by Belvium were not minor, and she had pushed herself to keep moving. While most of the immediate problems were resolved, the trial wasn't over yet. There were still many things he needed to learn from her. In the dark forest, Yerong held the neck of a demon tight in her grip. Talk! Her nails dug into the demon's flesh. The red-skinned demon's eyes filled with blood as his body trembled. Who was here? And what happened? If you do that, he won't be able to talk even if he wants to. At Shuwu's intervention, a glint of killing intent flashed in Yerong's eyes momentarily. She seemed quite agitated. It was understandable. To think no one would be here. It had been quite some time since they entered the forest. During that time, Shuwu and Yerong had not encountered a single trap, not even an ant. The only thing they found were demons hiding in the forest. From the demons' useless chatter, they were able to infer what had happened here. Quite the buffet today. From Blue Zone to a couple of wandering ants, signs of battle were evident throughout the forest. They weren't old. Among them, there were quite a number of footprints. Just by looking at the footprints, Yerong could tell what had transpired here. A real fight took place. It wasn't a trap meant for them. There was another reason why numerous players from the Blue Zone were moving here, which meant, could it really be that Guseong is here? But why here of all places? Thud dash. Yerong let go of the demon's neck. The demon, whose neck was punctured by her fingers, gasped and clutched his wound. Cuh, huff dash. Now answer. Unless you want to die painfully. So, you're certain you'll kill me. Want to live? Then make it happen. It was unclear if she was negotiating or being serious. While demons weren't afraid of pain, they weren't indifferent to death. Hearing Yerong's offer, the demon's gaze wavered. Li Wenjie came from the blue zone. Li Wenjie. Yerong's eyes narrowed. Li Wenjie, the vice guild master of the blue zone, essentially Kim Il-su's right-hand man. The second in command of a major guild. Not someone who would typically move himself. For that lazy guy to come all the way here. Yes, and he took some human with him. They came for that person specifically and left immediately after. What human? I don't know his name. Someone much higher up took him in. That kind of answer. Yerong was about to berate him for the unsatisfactory answer but closed her mouth. Clearly, the demon before her was a low-ranking one. Most of the truly formidable ones were far above the 6th floor and wouldn't be subdued easily. He probably was telling the truth. Anything else you know? That's all there is. That's the end. I see. Nodding with understanding, Yerong stepped back. Then, crack dash. The demon's body began to freeze, and Shiwu spoke up. I never said I'd let you live. Freezing the demon's body from head to heart, Shiwu turned to Yerong. With a complicated expression, Yerong looked at him. Guxiang. Shiwu shared his thoughts with her. It seems he's still alive. Yes. Yerong shared that same thought. What will you do? Do you need to ask? Crack dash. Her eyes gleamed with determination. We'll find him, no matter what. Chapter 112. In the middle of the sea on the 7th floor. Cha Minwo, having taken lodging on a small island, looked up at the sky. Was there always an island like this? He didn't know how far he was from the city or how he had gotten here. He had been blindfolded and had his hands and feet bound. Glance dash. Cha Minwo's gaze turned to Huang Guxiang, who was basking in the sunlight in the grand courtyard of their lodging. To be taking a nap in such a situation. It seemed astonishingly carefree. Is that person really Huang Guxiang, one of the legends of blue eyes? It was still hard to believe that he was standing before him. All I want is to kill Kim Il-su, someone you despise so much. Li Wenjie's words to persuade Huang Guxiang. When he first heard those words, Cha Minwo couldn't believe his ears. Vice Guild Master. What on earth do you mean? When he went to question him later, instead of answering directly, Li Wenjie responded with another question. Minwo, you joined because you respect Li Suyuk, didn't you? Since then, the conversation with Li Wenjie had not left his mind. Could it be true? Once again, Cha Minwo's gaze turned to Huang Guxiang, or rather to where he had been. Why do you keep staring? Swoosh dash. Huang Guxiang's hand moved to the back of Cha Minwo's neck. To kill me?
No.
When did he even get there? Even though he was lost in thought, he hadn't sensed his presence at all. It was chilling. He had considered most high-ranking players to be naive, but this was on a different level entirely. I understand you are not an opponent I can handle. Really? Then why stare? Just curious. If you're really Huang Guxiang. Cha Minwo was still uncertain. Could he really trust the man standing before him? Could he trust Li Wenjie? His actions might be seen as a betrayal of Blue Zone, so he had to tread carefully with every step from now on. Do I need to prove I am who I say? It's important to me. And if it's true, I need to ask why Li Wenjie was planning to betray Blue Zone. Did our guild really betray Blue Eyes? At Cha Minwo's question, Huang Guxiang's lips curled into a smirk. It wasn't a smile of amusement. From that expression, Minwo felt a chill he had never felt before. Is he angry? Gulp dash. Nervous. He swallowed hard but didn't take his eyes off Huang Guxiang. He couldn't avoid this. He had to know the truth of what happened that day. That's right. Huang Guxiang finally spoke. The conquest was a success. Li Suyuk's conquest was a success. Li Suyuk, that guy was really something. Maybe it was because of us? He seemed to be pushing himself, flying all over the place. Li Suyuk was genuinely impressive. He didn't stop using the power of the Lightning Lord, all for his comrades. Huang Guxiang's words overlapped with those of Li Wenjie. It was hard to believe they could say the same things unless they had coordinated to deceive one person. At that time he stabbed us in the back. He, Kim Il-soo, your guild master. Of course, they shared the same story. Huang Yuxiang was saying the same things as Li Wenjie. Why? Didn't you know? No, not at all. You couldn't have known. They buried it. The power of a major guild was beyond imagination. They could do whatever they wanted in this tower. Concealing the truth and manipulating public opinion weren't difficult tasks for them. It's known that you all betrayed Lee Soo-yuk. Though not common knowledge, players who had reached a certain level had probably heard the rumor at least once. That Blue Eyes betrayed Lee Soo-yuk, and that Blue Zone moved to hide that disgrace. Of course. Which side is the truth? If you don't want to believe me, don't. I have no intention of explaining everything to a kid like you. Cha Minwo nodded. Indeed, the man before him, Huang Yuxiang, had no reason to painstakingly persuade him. He was strong enough that even if a group of players like Minwo attacked, it wouldn't faze him. Then let me ask just one more thing. Therefore, Cha Minwo asked just one more thing. The last remaining question. Why were you there? Nowhere else. The place where Huang Yuxiang was found was a forest inhabited by demons. Demons were enemies of the players. To find Huang Yuxiang there was naturally strange. However, don't you find it odd? This time, Huang Yuxiang answered with another question. What? These days it looks like the big guilds and groups dominate this tower. But originally, this world wasn't like that. And demons? Archenemies? That's laughable. Walking back to his original spot and lying down, he looked up at the sky with drifting clouds. You're all so comfortable you've forgotten why we were brought here. With those words, a certain message floated in Cha Minwo's mind. The event that will someday begin. No way. Cha Minwo's eyes widened in realization. Do you know about that day? That day had been an unsolved mystery for all players. Even Lee Soo-yuk. Even 20 years after his death, no one had found a clue about what would happen when that day came. Yet, who knows? The man before him, I don't trust you guys either, you see, hinted that maybe, just maybe, he knew something about that day. Viola reopened her eyes half a day after she had collapsed, in a small annex reserved for the royal guests. As she woke up in a cold sweat, her eyes landed on Soo-yuk and Vigo, who were having a light meal in the annex. Viola, are you awake? Soo-yuk, anticipating her potential needs, brought over a bowl of soup prepared for her. Please have some. You must be exhausted just getting up. Ah, yes. With a dazed voice, Viola accepted the bowl. She spooned the warm soup into her mouth, comforting her empty stomach. Soo-yuk, who had nearly finished his meal, checked on her condition. She seems fine. Her injuries were never life-threatening. The reason she suddenly collapsed was likely due to the mental trauma. After finishing half the soup, Viola looked at Soo-yuk and spoke. Thank you. What? Thank you for helping me. Sincerely. Rising from her seat, Viola bowed to Soo-yuk. If it weren't for you, I would never have learned the truth, completed the mission, or avenged them. Savior. Viola's way of addressing Soo-yuk had changed. And then, she took a step closer to Soo-yuk. She stepped right up, almost nose to nose, and then, smooch. Oh. Their lips touched. Countless question marks flooded his mind. Vigo looked on in astonishment, almost ready to scream but covered his mouth with his hand. And soon, swoosh. The short kiss ended as Viola pulled away. Dash? Dash? What the heck? Is this for real? Soo-yuk touched his lips. He had removed the lower part of his mask to eat, and suddenly his lips were stolen in a kiss. Why on earth? Seeing the puzzlement in Soo-yuk's eyes, Viola knelt down before him. Thud. I vow to serve the one chosen by Thunder as my master. No, there's no need for this. A flustered Soo-yuk tried to help her up but fell silent. A Valkyrie had knelt, something she wouldn't do even with a sword at her neck. There must be a justifiable reason. And if there was a reason, it was likely because of the heart of thunder Suyuk had acquired. There are many things I want to ask. Since she vowed to serve him as her master, it would be much easier to get answers. Indeed, Viola's attitude had changed completely, from her tone to her demeanor. Please, ask away. What exactly is thunder? Why is Asgard so eager to protect it, and why does Muspelheim desire it? It had been a persistent question. Viola had referred to the power Suyuk possessed as the power of lightning. And essentially, though their names differed slightly, lightning and thunder were the same type of power. What exactly was the heart of thunder that made Asgard so determined to protect it? Why had those figures in the cutscene gathered to determine the owner of this item? Perhaps a Valkyrie like Viola might know the reason. A long time ago, there was a war over thunder involving gods, giants, and demons. A war. Yes, a very large one. Gods, demons, and giants. All these were great races, incomparable to humans. The gods won the war. Our Asgard also participated in it. Asgard also participated. Meaning there were other gods? So I've heard. I don't know all the details myself. Heard. Yes, the war took place before I was born. If it happened before Viola was even born, how ancient was this conflict? It was a long time ago, much longer than he had anticipated. Suyuk fiddled with the small blue gem no bigger than his thumbnail and asked, "What exactly is this that made them so greedy for it?" When he obtained the heart of lightning, it was the same. Many beings, their names and faces obscured, had focused their attention on him, simply for having obtained the heart of lightning. You would need to meet the king to understand that. Glance dash. Viola's eyes shifted to the heart of thunder in Suyuk's hand. And perhaps. Viola hesitated for a moment. Suyuk knew what she was hesitating to say and asked, "This is a half-piece, right?" Viola looked surprised momentarily but then nodded. "Yes, that's correct. As expected. Among the myriad of gods, the unknown deity who had grasped the heart of thunder mentioned giving the thunder to his son. Even if he wasn't told the name, it wasn't hard to deduce who he was. King Odin, the king of Asgard, one of the gods with exceptional power, even among the great deities. Odin. He was the god who obtained the thunder. And the other half of the thunder he obtained was likely in Thor's possession. The heart of thunder was a material item. The other half would likely take a similar form. This meant that one of the items Thor possessed was imbued with the heart of thunder. This was already giving him a headache. Finding it won't be easy. It was impossible to forcibly take something from someone as significant as the Prince of Asgard. It wasn't just about Thor. It would mean going against all of Asgard. Should I give up? No, first I need to understand why the other half was abandoned. At that moment, "Will you join me?" Viola, now standing, extended her hand to the pondering Suyuk. "To Asgard." Tail's corner. "Okay, it's all good going to Asgard and all, but I can't ignore the side story." "The heck? How big will Minwo's role be in the story? Is he going to be the one to meet the MC and convey the MC's friend's message?" Chapter 113. A cafe located in the 6th floor city. Anhyang, watching Suyuk stream there, screamed, "Aya!" Crash dash. The table broke. Cheon Riang, who was drinking coffee across from her, was startled and quickly grabbed his coffee cup. "What's going on?" "Oh, what's with this woman? Why did she suddenly kiss him?" "Kiss? What about it?" Curious, Cheon Riang hurriedly checked the stream. Suyuk, frozen in what seemed like shock, and Viola pulling away from the kiss. From the chat, he could gather what had happened. "I can't believe safety instructor did that, lalalal. Lalalal, mission accomplished. I didn't wish for you to be this happy, brother." "Me too. Me too." Viola's kiss. That was why Anhyang was so outraged. Earned 50,000 points. Cheon Riang, who often monitored Suyuk streams, saw this situation positively. A kiss from a beauty.
Plus 50 000 points.
It was a win-win situation worth celebrating. Isn't that a good thing? What's good about it? Cheon-riang looked puzzled at Eun-hyang's angry outburst. Then what's so bad about it? Suyuk's lips were stolen. So? I don't like it. Ugdef. Eun-hyang clenched her fists and trembled with anger. Clearly, she was extremely displeased with the situation. And then Viola's next words came. Will you join me? To Asgard. Eun-hyang's eyes completely flipped. Where do you think you're going? Crash dash. Hey. The one who stopped Eun-hyang from breaking another table wasn't Cheon-riang but a cafe employee. After compensating twice the cost for the broken table, Eun-hyang moved to another spot, still fuming. With a sigh, Cheon-riang continued to monitor the stream after calming Eun-hyang down. This stream is almost at its end. Though not long enough to be called a marathon, it had been quite a lengthy stream. Originally, the trial would have ended with rescuing the Valkyrie, but Suyuk had achieved more again this time. The pathway to Asgard had opened, a result of his efforts. Because of this, the viewers. Checking the suddenly increased viewership, Cheon-riang was astounded. This is crazy. What had seemed like a trivial content turned out to be a massive hit. Suyuk hesitated for a moment at Viola's proposal. He couldn't readily say yes given the significance of the location. An invitation to Asgard. This offer was certainly part of the trial, and whether or not he accepted it would determine the direction of the next trial. Is it okay? In his possession was the Heart of Thunder. Additionally, the Heart of Lightning, an object desired by the gods, was embedded within it. He couldn't predict how Asgard would treat him. They might even try to take away the lightning and thunder hearts he held. However, to obtain the other half, I must go to Asgard. Asgard was an impregnable fortress. Numerous Valkyries guarded it, and several gods protected its domain. Forcibly invading was impossible. But if he went with Viola, a Valkyrie, he could step onto that land as a guest. After significant deliberation, let's go. Suyuk made his decision, and at that moment, you have chosen Asgard. You have passed the 5th floor trial. Proceeding to the 6th floor, the trial had completely ended. Whoosh dash. As a white light enveloped him, the colors around him vanished. In an instant, the scenery changed. It felt like the world around him was transforming. This feeling only occurred in 2 instances, when starting a trial or when ending one. This time it was the latter. In the new world before him, Suyuk noted a familiar scent. It's the 6th floor, a world filled with the smell of grass. The 6th floor was made up of a forest with tall trees. High buildings made of sturdy wood. Dew collected here and there. The world of the 6th floor, Elysium. Choosing Asgard must have been the final decision. It seemed the scale of the 5th floor trial was much larger than he had anticipated. His choice had essentially predetermined the 6th floor trial. It was nearly certain that the next trial would take place in Asgard. He's here. See, I told you we'd see him here. Is that really him? Isn't it just someone with the same mask? Idiot. If you watched the stream, you'd know. Hearing the murmurs, Suyuk looked around. A considerable crowd had gathered. The mask likely drew attention, but some seemed to have been waiting for him specifically. Now that I think about it, he had forgotten to keep track of the viewer count midway through. Viewers, 27032. Oh. Suyuk looked surprised at the sudden spike in numbers. The viewership had increased by over 10,000 since the stream began. Surpassing 20,000 was staggering, and now it had grown by an additional 7,000. Well, a lot of people came. For a moment, he forgot about the surrounding gazes and spoke up. Hey, finally reading the chat. Interaction on again? Well, the trial's over lol. Suyuk nodded. Of course, I need to interact. The reason for stopping interactions initially was to focus on the trial without distractions. Considering the nature of the marathon content, constantly paying attention to viewers was difficult. Moreover, there was an important reason to restart the interaction. I have things to receive too. Mission completed. You have received 50,000 points from Safe Asset. Mission completed. You have received 100,000 points from Safe Asset. Mission completed. You have received 50,000 points from Viola Protection Squad. Mission completed. The consecutive messages made his head spin. There were a lot of missions queued up, and he hadn't missed a single one of them. Even the ridiculous mission to kiss Viola. Halalalal. It was for the points, after all. 100% success rate. Safety instructor did it. His pockets were suddenly bulging. He knew it would soon be empty, but it felt good nonetheless. Should I go for procedures first? Or increase my skill levels? Happy thoughts filled his mind briefly. To focus back on the stream, Suyuk quickly skimmed through the chat. At this speed, isn't he on track to become a ranker in record time? He's already in record time. No obstacles at all. Feels like it was just yesterday baby Suyuk began. Just recently teased him about being a second-floor noob, and now he's above me lalalal. The chat was buzzing about Suyuk's rapid progress in the tower. From being a stream and gameplay newbie, Suyuk had ascended to the 6th floor. Players who made it to the 6th floor were no longer treated lightly. They reached a point where they were revered in any guild, beyond just being seasoned players. Isn't he going to join a guild soon? I'd find one after becoming a ranker. 22,222. 2222222. The chat moved too fast for him to follow all the threads. With over 20,000 viewers, the chat flew by at a speed no one could read fully, no matter their visual acuity. And in the midst, Reinhardt has donated 10,000 points. I have one question. Do you know a player named Isaac? Suddenly, a donation message caught his eye. A what? It's Reinhardt. Is it the real one? The nickname confirms it. First Sword supported the stream before lalalal. Reinhardt. A renowned ranker and streamer, Reinhardt was a well-known figure to all viewers. Moreover, his indirect connection to Lee Suyuk had earned him the nickname First Sword, which made his appearance draw enthusiastic reactions from the audience. So, he's finally aware. Suyuk managed his expression to reveal nothing in his eyes. Things are getting closer. Since the death of Isaac and after Reinhardt's first donation to his stream, he knew it was inevitable they would clash someday. He wished that moment would come later rather than sooner. Ideally, not at all. He was in a hurry to take down Kim Il-soo. Clashing with someone like Reinhardt would gain him nothing. Therefore, yes. To avoid suspicion, he couldn't lie. I know him. Asterisk. The long stream had ended. Walking toward the lodging whose coordinates Anhyang had provided, Suyuk felt a wave of exhaustion. A troublesome situation is approaching. Reinhardt hadn't said much beyond confirming that Suyuk knew Isaac. Reinhardt has donated 10,000 points. I'll see you soon. He would come to see him. That was all he had said. Well, considering a relative had been killed, the anger must be unimaginable. His eyes were probably bloodshot with rage. He must have already found out I was his classmate. And yet, he asked with such a significant donation, which means the answer was obvious without overthinking. He suspects me. Reinhardt. Behind the slightly ridiculous nickname First Sword, he was a high ranker known as the Golden Lion. The possibility of someone like him becoming an enemy was worrisome. I could have done without this a bit longer. The only silver lining was that Reinhardt hadn't found him sooner. Having passed the 5th and reached the 6th floor, and having mastered the power of the Thunder's Master, Suyuk now had the means to fight stronger opponents. Additionally, 20,000 points is a nice bonus. Whatever the reason for it, the 20,000 points donation was quite sweet. Jingle dash. With a pleasant chime, the lodging door opened. The 6th floor lodging had a distinctly antique feel. Generally, Elysium didn't have luxurious buildings. The air in the lodging was filled with a pleasant mix of grass and woody scents. In a corner of the lobby, Anhyang and Cheon Riang were having tea. Over here. Anhyang waved when she spotted Suyuk. The moment he announced the marathon content, she quickly ascended to the 6th floor with Cheon Riang. As Suyuk joined them, Anhyang, smiling even more than usual, spoke up. You did well. A lot of effort went into it. What would you like to eat? They serve meals here. Suyuk nodded. Sure. I'm not particularly hungry, but I feel like eating something. The food in Elysium generally had a healthy taste. Suyuk liked this type of food and ordered several dishes. Before the food arrived, Anhyang, Cheonryang, and Suyuk chatted idly. The stream reaction was amazing. The viewership barely dropped. It's rare for a Valkyrie to appear in a trial, and the demons were practically a cheat code. As Cheonryang pointed out, the theme of the trial played a significant role in the stream's success. Gods and demons. The confrontation with demons was naturally a fascinating theme for players, especially those who saw demons as their nemesis. With peak viewership surpassing 30,000, you might reach the criteria for being a major streamer soon. Faced with the continual praise, Suyuk responded modestly. He had little to say. Knowing that the stream was doing well was simply a relief. Anhyang and Cheonryang, acting like longtime friends, bantered back and forth until their food began to arrive. By the way, about the reward for this trial. Do you mean the Heart of Thunder? For the first time, Suyuk spoke up, and Anhyang nodded enthusiastically as if she had anticipated his question. Yes. Have you thought about how you'll use it? It's a material item, so I need to make something with it. But you don't know any artisans, do you?
No.
Ever since his reincarnation, Suyuk had been completely focused on trials and streaming. He had no connections with artisans. Anhyang, expecting this, gave a confident grin. I know someone who could help. Really? Yes. She spoke with quite a bit of assurance. Sure enough. Have you heard of Kindre, the renowned magic sword maker? Chapter 114. Hearing the name mentioned by Anhyang, Suyuk asked again. Who? Kindre. Don't you know? He's famous. Suyuk shook his head. He couldn't not know. Kindre was a renowned artisan who had made a name for more than a decade. Kindre had the skill to make even failed projects rank at rare, and could effortlessly produce uniques. In fact, the first weapon Suyuk obtained, the nameless demon sword, was considered a rare item, yet it wasn't regarded as a failure among Kindra's works. He was one of the few artisans in the tower capable of crafting legendary items. That was Kindre. But how do you know Kindre? This was the issue. Kindre had no known face. Everything about him was shrouded in mystery. His residence, his identity, his purpose, even his gender was unknown. My sword is quite special. Few can repair it, so I found out through inquiries. Anhyang said this while tapping the sword at her waist. How special must it be for even repairs to be difficult? Well, I ended up helping him out a few times. Helped him? Yes. Some thugs tried to forcibly take items from him, so I dealt with them. But it wasn't really necessary. Kindre is incredibly strong too. As Cheonryang chimed in, Anhyang sheepishly scratched her head. It was just unnecessary meddling. Suyuk roughly understood how they had become acquainted. But one concern remained. But is it all right to introduce a hidden artisan to me? Yes. You don't need to worry. He's not actually hiding. Anhyang sighed deeply, perhaps sensing Suyuk's concern. He's not hiding. He's just too engrossed in making items to come out. Asterisk. Meeting Kindre would happen later. Knowing he could meet him was good news, but he had more urgent matters to attend to first. After a quick meal, Suyuk rented a carriage pulled by blue-furred wolves. A transport costing a hefty 3,000 points. But the distance was too far to cover on foot. He intentionally removed his mask for the journey. It would be easier to move quietly without the mask drawing attention. It's been a while since I've been barefaced. Felt odd to have nothing on his face. However, it ensured no one paid undue attention to him. As dusk began to fall, in the distance he saw yellow safety tape and warning signs. No entry. Demonic presence area. Although it indicated a restricted area, it confirmed he was at the right place. This was it. Suyuk dismounted the carriage and paused the blue-furred wolves. "Stay here," growled Dash. The well-trained blue-furred wolves crouched down. After calming the wolves, Suyuk looked toward the forest. It had an eerie atmosphere. It was a place recently reported to have demon sightings. Will they still be here? He had spent significant time completing the trial. It might all be over by now. But even so, if he could learn even a little, he had to come here. Step dash. And so, Suyuk stepped into the forest where no light penetrated. In a forest so densely packed with trees, not a single ray of light penetrated. Even though it was nighttime, walking in a forest where not even moonlight could pierce through felt eerie. It was as if he was walking into the maw of a gigantic beast. Not only was this forest dark, but the air was also tinged with the metallic scent of blood. Not much time has passed. He strained his eyes to survey the dark forest. Signs of a battle were scattered everywhere. Trees had been toppled in places, indicating a large-scale confrontation. Yet, despite these signs, the forest was too quiet. It was as if the forest had fallen asleep along with the night. It's too quiet. He could tell that something had swept through this place. A guild had made a move. Clearly, something had happened here. Swoosh dash. Following the traces, he moved forward. The Blue Zone players that had gathered here were all gone. Their retreat could mean one of two things. Either they had accomplished their goal or they had utterly failed. Suyuk hoped for neither. Accomplishing their goal would mean that his living comrade had been killed, whereas failure would mean that his comrade had never been alive to begin with. Both outcomes were equally despairing. The night deepened, the air grew colder, and the silence stretched longer. The only sound was that of his own footsteps. Is there truly nothing here? He had searched the forest throughout the night but found nothing of significance. All he spotted were traces of the battle and scattered corpses. Then, thud dash. Suyuk's steps came to a halt at a particular spot. Pushing aside the foliage that blocked his view, he came across two demons with red skin. However, frozen. Their conditions seemed peculiar. One was half frozen to death, while the other was desperately trying to thaw the frozen demon. What on earth was going on? Another one? The demon who finally noticed Suyuk turned around, adopting a defensive stance. A young-looking demon with a boyish face. If not for the red skin and eyes, his round face wouldn't have seemed demonic at all. His nails were long and beast-like. Though he bared his fangs and exuded a killing intent, it was hardly threatening. Clearly, he wasn't much of a threat. That might be why he managed to survive. Another one? At Suyuk's question, the demon started shouting as if having a fit. Don't pretend you don't know. Twice now. You've invaded our forest and messed everything up. The demon's outburst left Suyuk puzzled. Twice. Speak so I can understand. I honestly don't know. The first time was likely the Blue Zone. They had sent forces into the forest, claiming they were searching for the traitor who had allied with the demons of Blue Eyes. The signs carved everywhere indicated that a large group had swept through the forest recently. Then what about the second time? No, more importantly, who did this? My brother knows. Apparently, the frozen demon beside him was his brother. I don't know much either. Two strange humans invaded the forest later on. Two? Yeah, just the two of them. Those damn humans. Do they think this is their home? Why did they suddenly come in and... The demon clenched his fists tightly as he looked at his brother, frozen and dead. Why did such monstrous humans suddenly appear? Judging by his words, the two who came later were incredibly strong. Suyuk finally understood why the forest had been so eerily quiet. Either they're all dead, or they're afraid of me. In the previous battle with the Blue Zone, many of the demons in this forest were likely killed. Additionally, the remaining stragglers were probably dealt with by the two humans who came afterward. The only survivors were likely the young demons standing before him now. Most of them seemed frightened of Suyuk, alone in the forest. They must still be traumatized from their encounter with the two humans earlier. That ice. Slowly, Suyuk examined the state of the frozen demon. Half-melted ice. Despite not being exposed to sunlight, the ice was slowly melting. Step dash. Suyuk approached the half-melted ice. The demon, fingernails extended, tried to block his path. Don't get any closer. Zap dash. Something flashed. The young demon's eyes widened. Turning his head, he found Suyuk already behind him. It was a situation where he could have sliced his throat without hesitation. But Suyuk had no interest in the young demon's throat. Swoosh dash. He reached out to examine the surface of the ice. While touching the ice, which emitted a chilling cold even as it melted, Suyuk suddenly reached into his inventory with a look of surprise. He pulled out an ice flower he had kept for a long time. It's the same mana, though the properties were slightly different. Unlike the flower, which didn't melt at room temperature, the ice that had frozen the demon was slowly melting over time. But it was unmistakable. They were the work of the same person. A targeted act. This was a place where a battle between Blue Zone and the demons had taken place not long ago. Leaving traces in such a place wasn't beneficial in any way. This wasn't a waste after all. Though it was different from what he had initially expected. He had made an unexpected discovery. Looking up at the dark forest sky, Suyuk felt a sense of hope, even though he hadn't found his lost companion, Kim Sherwoo. The likelihood that he was still alive had increased. By the time Suyuk returned to the lodging, it was nearly dawn. An early morning, far too early. He expected no one to be there, but someone was waiting for him on the first floor of the lodging. You're back. Hyang waved lightly, greeting him before turning her attention back to her kit. Standing momentarily at the entrance, Suyuk took off his outer garment and hung it on the chair opposite Hyang. His expression one of mild surprise. Did you stay up all night? Staying up one night isn't that hard. Slurp dash. Hyang said this as she sipped a coffee laden with sugar. Her response made it clear she had been waiting for him. You didn't have to wait. You left in such a hurry, and you didn't even say where you were going. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I won't ask. Tink dash. As she spoke, Hyang added a few more sugar cubes to her coffee and stirred it with a spoon. I was just a bit concerned, so I waited. The coffee was almost syrupy from the amount of sugar still floating in it. Even Hyang typically didn't pour that much sugar into her coffee. Adding an extra sugar cube that wasn't needed, clinking the spoon as she stirred. It was all awkward, fidgety behavior. There was nothing to worry about. Well, that's a relief. Hyang gave an awkward smile and asked, Did things go well? Suyuk hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, it went well, though it wasn't as I initially thought. Really? That's good to hear. Hyang clapped her hands together, genuinely happy. Though he couldn't share everything, Suyuk wanted to give her some sort of answer. For some reason, she had shown him unconditional trust and stood by his side. Initially, he thought it was because of their streamer-manager relationship, but now he realized it wasn't. Although he hadn't seen other managers, Suyuk was sure of one thing. No manager in the world would be as purely supportive as she was. Your face looks quite happy, you know? My face. At the thought of how she could tell, Suyuk quickly touched his face, surprised. Hyang chuckled, amused at what she had seen. You're not wearing your mask today? Chapter 115. You're not wearing your mask today? Suyuk was momentarily at a loss for words. He had forgotten that he was currently barefaced. Where was my head? He reflexively covered his face with one hand, but it was too late. The damage was done. And he knew exactly why he made such a mistake. Where else? Those guys. His mind was preoccupied with Sherwoo and Yerong. Or more precisely, with the people he suspected to be Sherwoo and Yerong. Even if it was just one person, it was worth it. If he could confirm they were alive, Suyuk felt that all his past struggles would be rewarded. The problem was that he had been too excited about it. I forgot. Things must have gone really well for you, to make such a mistake. That was true. He had been so preoccupied that he momentarily lost focus. With a sigh, Suyuk removed his hand from his face and nodded. It did go well. Really? That's a relief. My face. You're quite handsome, you know? I was a bit worried I might be disappointed after seeing your face. But there's no need for that. That wasn't what he intended to say. Hyang, however, was nodding with a satisfied expression. She seemed genuinely pleased with his appearance. Seeing her reaction, Suyuk, who was initially embarrassed, shook his head. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. While it was a ridiculous mistake, it wasn't a big problem. Only Hyang knew his current face, and the face of the former Lee Suyuk was completely different. Most importantly, it's not just anyone. It was Hyang who saw his face. He had no doubts that she wouldn't use his appearance as leverage or for any underhanded purposes. And right on cue, I'll keep it a secret from Cheon Riang. Hyang spoke again, now with a mischievous expression. After all, you didn't want to be found out, right? Naturally, I'll respect that. It was as if she could read his mind, precisely addressing his concerns. Thank you. In return, when we have meals together, sometimes let me see you like this. Like this. Yes, without the mask. Hyang extended her pinky finger and smiled brightly. Then I'll guard your secret with my life. Flop. Exhausted from staying up all night, Suyuk threw himself onto the bed without even washing. He lay flat on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. Feeling frustrated and slightly idiotic for making such a mistake, he let out a deep sigh. Of course, your secret is safe with me. I promise on my life. It didn't seem like there was a significant need to worry. If it becomes an issue, it'll be later. Swish. Suyuk touched his bare face. This face is a safeguard. The face beneath the mask was another kind of mask for Suyuk. One day, if he needed to conceal his identity and clash with Blue Zone, his unknown face could be a valuable asset. Swish. He retrieved the ice flower from his inventory and fiddled with it. I'm sure it's his. Even now, the faint magic from the flower gave him that impression. Still, he couldn't be entirely certain. This flower would likely remain in its current state indefinitely unless someone deliberately melted it. It might have been created when Sherwoo was still alive 20 years ago. But the ice he saw in the forest was different. I'm sure it's him, but one remaining question mark. Why is he hiding? Was he afraid of Blue Zone? Suyuk understood the immense power of major guilds. Moreover, their influence had grown exponentially over the past 20 years, far surpassing that of Suyuk's generation. Even so, it didn't make sense for him to be hiding like this. If he was alive, why had he been in hiding for 2 decades without doing anything? Could it not be Sherwoo? Thinking about it made his mind feel like a tangled maze again. If only he would just appear in front of him clearly. Swish. After fiddling with the flower for a while, he put it back in the inventory. He had too many thoughts. Mulling over unsolvable issues would only harm him. What he needed now was positive energy to sustain his mental strength. I can meet him. He untangled the maze of thoughts in his head forcibly. He was alive, and he wasn't far off. If he continued, he would surely meet him. More important now was why he had gone there. It must be for the same reason as me. According to the young demon, Blue Zone and Sherwoo visited the forest at completely different times. Sherwoo arrived after Blue Zone had already withdrawn. This meant that their goal had nothing to do with Sherwoo. Blue Zone quickly withdrew from the forest. If they hadn't accomplished their goal, they would have searched much longer. Were the rumors true? With that thought, a sense of foreboding crept over him. Suyuk knew the rumors about a traitor in Blue Eyes were false. He had been there in person. But originally, Blue Zone had no reason to tarnish the reputation of Blue Eyes, which was like their predecessor. There was only one reason they would have. Someone else is alive. And their retreat from the forest indicated they had achieved their goal. Was I one step too late? Hope and despair coexisted. Hope that someone else besides Sherwoo might be alive, and despair that this hope might have slipped through his fingers by a narrow margin. If Sherwoo is alive, he'll handle things on that end. Suyuk forced himself to remain calm. With his current abilities, going to war with Blue Zone was impossible. Even facing Kim Il-soo alone was out of the question. Step by step, one step at a time. For now, it was time to focus on the one person whose survival was confirmed. If I follow Blue Zone, I'm sure I'll find him. And to not be a hindrance when that time comes. Thud. Soo-yuk picked up the blue gem he had placed on the breakfast table. First, I need to do well myself. The magic sword maker, Kindre. Today was the day he was supposed to meet them. Asterisk. After about 4 hours of sleep, Soo-yuk had a quick meal with Eun-hyang. Since he had fallen asleep in the morning, it was already noon despite having a short sleep. Checking the time, Soo-yuk hurried. Why the rush? We're late. It's okay. It's not that far. Is it close? That was surprising. Considering he was a reclusive artisan whose face was unknown, Soo-yuk figured he'd live far from the city. He said he needs to live in the city to gather materials. That's a logical reason, right? His whole mind is consumed with this stuff.
Top?
Eun-hyang said this while pointing to the sword hanging from her waist with her finger. Apparently, this person was obsessively passionate about items. Still, let's hurry. There's no advantage in being late. All right then. Eun-hyang always respected Soo-yuk's decisions. The two got up from the table and started walking. It seemed like it was close enough to walk there. Even during this time, Eun-hyang didn't forget her duties as a manager. Today, the video from the latest trial will be uploaded. Oh, and there's also a scheduled stream by Falcon Eye tonight. Is it a review content? Yes. The marathon content was too long, so we decided to go with edited highlights. We'll charge a separate fee for the video transmission, and the revenue from Falcon Eye's stream content will be split 60-40. Also, with Eun-hyang's non-stop talking, a calculator started running in Soo-yuk's head. So many avenues for points to come in. No wonder streamers partnered with companies even if they had to share a cut. Since the viewership increased significantly, the ad rates attached to the videos also went up. Interestingly, most of these ads are guild-centric. Guild-centric? Yes, probably because your stream revolves around exceptional gameplay. It doesn't happen often, but in your case, the proportion is considerable. Glancing subtly at Soo-yuk, Eun-hyang added, some even offered lucrative salaries to have you join their guild as a streamer. That's not happening, right? The topic repeated multiple times. Eun-hyang no longer seemed especially bothered by it. She brought it up just in case, knowing well that Soo-yuk had no intention of joining any guild. After roughly 10 more minutes of walking, they arrived at an ordinary commercial building located in the heart of the city. Here, Soo-yuk looked puzzled behind his mask. He had imagined someone of Kindra's caliber would work in a much fancier or unique building. Rumors painted him as a madman obsessed with magic swords. A crazy old man who'd go berserk at the sight of blood. Just going to stand there and stare? Seeing him staring at the building, Eun-hyang grabbed the door handle and led the way. Can we just go in? We have to just go in. Even if you knock, he's too absorbed in his work to hear it. Clearly, he had intense concentration. Eun-hyang burst open the door and walked into Kindra's workshop. Though it felt odd, Soo-yuk ultimately followed her. The inside of the otherwise ordinary commercial building was somewhat unusual. An endless staircase. It was hard to see how many floors the basement went down. The bottom appeared completely dark. Kindre usually doesn't meet with people. So I have you to thank for this opportunity. Not exactly. As they descended the stairs, Eun-hyang explained how the meeting with Kindre was arranged. I convinced them that we had some exceptional materials. Ah. Soo-yuk nodded, understanding her explanation. Yes, it's exceptional. For artisans, materials were both the starting point and the end. High-quality items made from excellent materials elevate the artisan's name and reputation, boosting their value in the market. That's why there was such a commotion in the chat when Soo-yuk revealed the Thunder's Heart on the stream. A legendary grade material item. No wonder it's coveted. Not knowing any artisans himself, he had considered seeking help from his viewers. Fortunately, he got the chance to meet Kindray. I wonder what kind of person they are. A player renowned as the magic swordmaker, having crafted multiple legendary-grade magic swords, certainly not an ordinary image. Judging from public opinion and rumors, Kindray was far from ordinary. Gradually, the end of the stairs came into view, and below he could feel a presence, careful even with their breathing. Upon reaching the deep basement where the workshop was, "Who's there?" A thin, clear voice reached them. The magic sword maker, Kindray. Seeing her face left Suyuk's mind in turmoil. "Oh!" A slender woman with red hair tied up. "Unhyang." Kindray greeted them with tired eyes. Chapter 116. As soon as Suyuk saw Kindra's face, he instinctively scanned the workshop's interior. Unlike a typical workshop, it had a chilling atmosphere with bright, almost blinding lights illuminating the room. Sharp weapons such as swords, spears, and daggers hung on the walls, while a large vat containing blue molten metal sat in the center. An unusual workshop, but nowhere did he see what he was looking for. "It's not here." Suyuk's gaze naturally drifted back to Kindray. Apart from the girl standing before him, there was no one else in the room. The girl had pale, almost ghostly skin and a delicate frame. What was happening here? Surprised. Unhyang's mischievous voice cut through his thoughts. "I couldn't believe it at first either. But it's true." It seemed she hadn't mentioned this beforehand just to see his reaction. If he had even known Kindray was a woman, he wouldn't have been so stunned. Apparently accustomed to such reactions, Kindray asked nonchalantly, "Is this the customer?" "Yeah, it's Suyuk, the streamer." "Oh, nice to meet you." Kindray wiped the dark grime from her hands onto her clothes and extended her hand to Suyuk. "Nice to meet you." As he shook her hand, he was struck by how cold it felt. So cold that even a corpse would feel warmer. Her entire demeanor, from her expression to her temperature, was icy. Nothing about her matches what I imagined. An old man, hulking muscles, a workshop heated to boiling. Kindray was the complete opposite of everything Suyuk had pictured. "What do you want?" Without any further pleasantries, she jumped straight to the point, prompting Suyuk to retrieve the Heart of Thunder from his inventory. "A sword." "What kind of sword?" "I'd prefer a holy sword." "But..." Suyuk shook his head. "No, forget I said that. Please make it in the way you feel most confident." Though she appeared to be just a young girl, if she really was Kindray, she was one of the most skilled artisans in the tower. It was pointless to give specific directions to someone like this. Trusting the artisan's judgment would yield the best result. Creating a good sword is the artisan's role. Using it well is the player's role. For the first time, Kindra's eyes glimmered slightly at his words. Good mindset. She reached for the Heart of Thunder in Suyuk's hand. Knowing it had to be entrusted to the artisan, he didn't stop her. Kindray examined the Heart of Thunder closely, her brows furrowing. "It's difficult. Difficult. It would be ideal encased in something, like for a hammer." She gestured towards the works hanging on the wall. "As you can see, I'm confident in these." Dozens of Kindra's works adorned the walls. Even at a glance, they were exceptional items. Despite not having met their owners yet, their blades exuded an almost tangible sharpness. Any one of them could probably fetch tens of thousands of points at auction. Some might even sell for over 100,000 points. "Are you recommending a hammer?" "I'm not recommending it. I can make it into a sword." "What's the difference?" "If it's a hammer, it's easier to suppress the material's power by using the properties of the metal. Handling will also be easier as the material won't be directly exposed." "And for a sword?" "It would be powerful but difficult to handle. The item's performance might become a burden for the user." From the way Kindray spoke smoothly, it seemed she already had a mental blueprint of the final item. Kindray presented two options: a hammer, which would be safer but less powerful, or a sword, which would be more powerful but carry more risks. "If you want me to make it into a hammer, I can do that." "No thanks." Suyuk shook his head at Kindra's provocation. He had already decided on the form, Make it into a pair of gloves. Gloves? Yes. Kendra's eyes widened at Suyuk's response. Then, a faint smile appeared on her lips. That's an interesting choice. I've given it a lot of thought. But are you sure? It might be harder to handle than a sword. That's exactly what I want. Though Kindre spoke negatively, Suyuk took it as a reward. The more challenging it is, the more valuable it will be. High risk, high reward. That saying had governed Suyuk's life as a player. Handling lightning had always been like that. The more he pushed his heart to burn hotter, the stronger the output he could achieve, and overcoming that allowed him to reach even higher heights. This time was no different. No matter what, Suyuk intended to master the item. Running away was not an option for him. I think the same. Kendra's lips curved into a grin at Suyuk's reply. I like your attitude. Clenching the heart of thunder in her hand, she spoke confidently. I promise. I'll make it the best. Appreciate it. A discount would make it even better. As Suyuk joked, she readily agreed, catching him off guard. Just pay for the materials. Feeling like he had struck gold, Suyuk was about to ask the price when Kindre spoke up. 300,000 points should do it. It was outrageously expensive. Asterisk. On their way out of Kindra's workshop, Suyuk checked his remaining points after making the payment. Remaining points, 61016. He sighed heavily. His once hefty balance had dwindled drastically. Even with the discount, it almost wiped him out. Had he paid full price, it would have been insufficient. Swallowing his pride, he had tried to ask for a bit more of a reduction, but it was a non-starter. To withstand this material, I'd need at least star fragments. Any less, and it might break easily due to poor durability. Star fragments. A precious metal said to have fallen from a meteor. Known for its exceptional strength and hardness, it commanded exorbitant prices. More importantly, it was so scarce that even with the money, it was hard to find. To think she had a stockpile of it. Kindre was indeed remarkable. She had several chunks of a material that most artisans struggled to acquire even a fist-sized piece of. Asking for a further discount would be shameless. After hearing the details, 300,000 points even seemed cheap. So Suyuk paid the amount without complaints and left. It'll take about 5 days for the creation. 5 days. That was quicker than expected. He had prepared himself for up to 10 days, but it was half that time. Her speed was as impressive as her skill. This advancement moved up the timeline for the next trial considerably. I need to be fully prepared when starting the next trial. There was a high chance the next trial would be connected to the 5th floor. That meant the setting would likely be Asgard. Given the stage, the difficulty level would undoubtedly be significant. The time given was 5 days. During those 5 days, Suyuk planned to prepare for the next trial. And to do that, I need to gather the remaining points. While leveling up through hunting was an option, Suyuk's current level was too high for that to be efficient. The quickest way to boost his efficiency beyond his current level was to earn points. Items, skill levels, enhancements. With enough points, Suyuk had numerous ways to amplify his abilities in a short time. The notion that points equated to strength wasn't exclusive to Suyuk. There was a reason why players with golden spoons always succeeded. To achieve this, are you ready? A slightly inconvenient, yet necessary journey awaited. Yes. Unhyang, Cheonryang, and Suyuk boarded a carriage, a means of transportation to travel between floors. Standing at the portal leading to the lower floors, Suyuk already felt a bit nauseous. Just thinking about how much this carriage would shake made his head spin. Fortunately, bald Suyuk advanced to the 4th floor a few days ago. Otherwise, traveling would have taken even longer. Bald Suhyuk. The streamer Suyuk had initially watched, and one of the top streamers at Balhi Entertainment. This upcoming schedule involved a collaborative stream with him. To handle the Heart of Thunder, I'll need higher stamina. The current points balance was 60,000. He still needed 440,000 more points to receive enhancements from Jinwon. Is it possible? Glancing dash. Suyuk checked the player's channel through his kit and verified the time. A new video was about to be uploaded. Coinciding with that, Falcon Eye's stream would start. It was now time for him to work as a partner. Falcon Eye has started the stream. Falcon Eye's stream had begun. As previously announced by the streaming station, today's content was a review of Suyuk's stream.
Fali. Fali.
Is the mild version here? The fake Suyuk fanboy is here. Hi. The haters are here again, yikes. Falcon Eye and Suyuk had become inseparable. The reason was simple. It attracted the most viewers and got the highest views. Viewers. 8 for 19. Within just 5 minutes of starting the stream, over 8,000 viewers had gathered. It seemed possible for Falcon Eye's stream to surpass 20,000 viewers for the first time. After a brief wait, static, Fal High. The screen flickered momentarily, and then Falcon Eye appeared on the stream.
Fali. Fali. Fali.
Start the stream already, damn. I'm getting anxious. Seriously, hunting time. In response to the enthusiastic welcome from the viewers, Falcon Eye made his opening remarks. Sorry. Nothing interesting has been happening lately. You know? I'd rather not stream than do a boring one. It wasn't entertaining enough for a video. This guy is all about the video clicks. Bro, are we just props for your videos? Come on, you know I'd starve to death without you guys. A familiar opening. It had been a while since his last stream, and he was spending a few moments interacting with his viewers. The chat and donations teasing Falcon Eye, along with his banter, quickly passed the time. The review? An abbreviation for, so when's the review? Often used by viewers of Falcon Eye's stream when the chat gets too chatty, and they want the review to start. Alright, fellas. To the main event. But before that. Oh come on. Not again. Really makes me mad. WHYYYYY. The chat flared up at Falcon Eye's comment. As the chat rapidly ignited, Falcon Eye quickly waved his hands. No, I'm not saying I won't do it. Just one thing to show before we start. Falcon Eye said this while switching the screen. He showed a post from the players' community. Play button pointing out why the fake Suyuk is overrated reverse button. People say he's amazing, but he's barely scraping through the 5th floor LOL. If he was really that good, he would have breezed through. A post that had garnered a high number of upvotes and downvotes. It was one of the typical posts belittling Suyuk which were common to see. Showing the post on the stream, Falcon Eye addressed his viewers with a prepared comment. Let me say just one thing. Spicy Falcon Eye. In his usual review style. You idiot. Do you not have eyes? Chapter 117. You idiot. Do you not have eyes? This was Falcon Eye's usual style. He didn't sugarcoat his words and had high standards. He didn't hesitate to curse if necessary. His streamer nickname Falcon Eye was rumored to come from his spicy eyes, as in his sharp and scathing critiques. Anyway, these idiots in the community seem to carry their eyes just for show. Or maybe they don't have brains. He's back. That's it. Oh. He's always like this when reviewing Suyuk. LMAO. Come on, folks. It's not just that I'm spicy. These guys genuinely lack both eyes and brains. And who are the people upvoting this garbage? If any of you are here, raise your hands. Hands. Hand with fingers splayed. Feet. Raised back of hand, raised back of hand, raised back of hand. Face with symbols on mouth, face with symbols on mouth, face with symbols on mouth. Manager. Ban anyone who cursed. Those who raised their hands, kindly leave. You don't deserve to watch my stream. Falcon Eye's spice didn't spare even his viewers. Initially, this level of provocation caused backlash, but it had since become an established part of his persona. I'll explain why I'm saying this in the review. It's not just venting. It's the core of today's review. Click. The screen shifted. Showing the player's channel, it displayed a highlight reel of Suyuk's gameplay. The full version is too long, so we'll use this new video. Don't worry. I got permission in advance. The actual review began. Go to hell. The beginning of the trial. The scenario titled Warriors Qualification started playing on the stream. The start is a bit random. Suddenly, he's told to fight some weird warrior. Boom! The initial scenario ended almost too easily. A piece of cake, right? Just from this, you can see that Suyuk's level far exceeds the 5th floor. One hit kills, seriously? It was easy though. Can't argue with that. He hasn't lost a single fight since the 4th floor. It's expected lalalal. The stream soon moved to the scene with Viola's entrance. There's no need for that. He's not our enemy. She's here. The big moment. Big entrance, whoa.
I'm dying. Nune.
The chat quickly intensified. The Valkyrie of Asgard, Viola, had appeared. Honestly, I was surprised. A Valkyrie on the 5th floor? The scale suddenly got huge. Even in significant trials, gods-like beings such as Valkyries rarely appeared. While Valkyries weren't widely known, their presence alone indicated that the scale of the 5th floor wasn't ordinary. Moreover, to the one who possesses the power of lightning, why are you here? The Valkyrie treated Suyuk with utmost respect. Falcon Eye swiftly added his commentary. This power of lightning is the core of this trial. It's also the reason Suyuk was given this test. Is it because of the Thunder Cave? Snapdash. Lee Suyuk Hyung, very precise. Falcon Eye pointed out a viewer's chat while snapping his fingers. Those who have watched Lee Suyuk's stream will know. The reward from the Thunder Cave. That was the key that connected to this trial. The conversation between Viola and Soohyuk was quite interesting even without any action. Especially as stories that could attract viewers' interest continued to flow from Viola's mouth. The mission of Asgard. Muspelheim. The treasure desired by two gigantic forces. It was a grand scale, hard to imagine as just a trial on the 5th floor. But then, it's strange, isn't it? It's just the 5th floor. But why is the difficulty this high? It was a common question among all the viewers. It seemed excessive for a trial that was supposed to be merely on the 5th floor. However, don't be fooled. The scale is grand, but the difficulty isn't high. As if to respond to that statement. Then, should we retrieve that?
No.
That's impossible. Viola answered Soohyuk's question. Seeing this, it's clear, right? Doesn't the Valkyrie outright say it? It's impossible. The video continued, and Falcon Eye matched his comments to its pace. From the beginning, this trial wasn't about reclaiming the heart of thunder. That's probably something for much later, above the 5th floor. An abnormal route. Understanding that explanation wasn't hard. Lee Suyuk had taken such trials before. Pants Thief Falcon Eye donated 100 points. Didn't he get the lightning like that? The lightning. A reward obtained through an improbable route of defeating the giant tribe's leader. Lee Suyuk's trials always deviated significantly from the predetermined path. That's right. That's it. By now, the video had fast-forwarded to the meeting with the new Valkyrie, Belvium. If it were originally, they would meet a new Valkyrie here and safely escort Viola out of the city. Something like that. Swoosh dash. The video quickly transitioned to a battle scene between Lee Suyuk and Belvium. The trial became skewed because Lee Suyuk uncovered the Valkyrie's betrayal. Screw it, I'll go my own way lalalal. He's a real tough guy. He never follows orders lalalal. Lee Suyuk's trials were unpredictable. Rather than following the given trial, he always sought the best possible outcome within it. And that was precisely why viewers were captivated by Lee Suyuk's streams. Uncovering the Valkyrie's betrayal and defeating her. That was the route to obtaining the legendary grade reward, the Heart of Thunder. And Lee Suyuk was the one who pioneered that path. Bang! He punched the desk once and raised his voice. But what about these idiots? Struggling from the 5th floor? Do you morons really think this looks like the real 5th floor difficulty? Without even glancing at the video, Falcon Eye lashed out at the viewers. And frankly, it's not even struggling. What about any of it looks like a struggle? Huh. Oh, I get it. Calm down, Hyung. I just got here and I don't know what's going on, but I'm super sorry. I can't tell if this is spicy or mild flavor. The stream wasn't much different from Falcon Eye's usual style. He was unhesitant in his criticism, and if necessary, he didn't refrain from swearing. Speaking without a filter was exactly Falcon Eye's style. But this stream was slightly different. Usually, Falcon Eye's harsh criticism was focused on the player, the subject of the review. However, in this stream, the target of Falcon Eye's spicy flavor were the community users who were undermining Lee Soo-yuk. Fire surge dash. In the meantime, Lee Soo-yuk's test was entering a new phase. The final chapter of the test. It was the stage where demons of Muspelheim swarmed. Demons. Sylva's, the knight, was frozen in place, unable to properly respond to the appearance of the demons. The walls crumbled under the giant's fist, and flames roared. Climb up. Quickly. Come this way. It was utter chaos. There were at least dozens of visible demons in front of them. Each one of them was strong enough that only Viola could barely stand against them. Seriously, look at this. How could this be a level 5 difficulty? Nostril Pimple has donated 100 points. No way, that was all a big lie. At the timely donation of the negative message, Falcon Eye narrowed his eyes. Yeah, it was a lie. Wait, that's a lie? Yeah, it was all fake lalalol. -1 demon was just messing around with illusions lalalol. Can't they get rid of those spoiler jerks? The sudden donation message made the latter part of the video play a bit earlier, but it wasn't bad. Thanks to it, he could more smoothly continue with the necessary comments. But it has to be that way. If it were real, it would be an impossible test from the start. That was something Lee Soo-yuk had said as well. This is exactly what impressed me about Lee Soo-yuk in this test. His control and skills were already known. Falcon Eye quickly skipped the video, and at the prepared point, the video stopped, revealing the scenery of the holy ground where countless demons had disappeared. The real one is that. Dash? Here? What the heck is with the skip? I was enjoying that. The viewers who were engrossed in the video expressed their dissatisfaction. Those who want to watch it, go to Lee Soo-yuk's channel and watch separately. I'll continue my review. One of the purposes of this stream was to promote Lee Soo-yuk's video channel. Most of Falcon Eye's stream revenue came from live viewer donations, so sharing that influence had its effects. After all, whether it's Asgard or Muspelheim, isn't it impossible for them to intervene significantly here? That's what the system has set. You killed Belvium using this guy, a demon with illusion abilities. If that demon was hiding something, Lee Soo-yuk's detective show. And the final touch was the last comment that only the viewers could hear. Above all, there is no such thing as an impossible test to pass. Clap, clap, clap. In the end, Falcon Eye applauded. This is confidence. There's no such thing as an impossible test to pass. That was a saying synonymous with Blue Eye's legend, Lee Soo-yuk. Many streamers who followed Lee Soo-yuk's concept often mimicked his words. But among the many concept streamers, none truly understood what Lee Soo-yuk meant. No. To be precise, there was no one who could actually put it into practice. It's the confidence that comes from the certainty that nothing I can't do will ever appear in the test. That's something you can only understand when you have that level of skill. But the creepiest part is that it's true, wasn't it? Every test that Lee Soo-yuk couldn't clear was an illusion. Lee Soo-yuk's video had reached its highlight, the reason for Belvium's betrayal, Viola's fury and the Valkyrie falling into illusion again, and the one-on-one matchup between Lee Soo-yuk and the demon. Do you think I only know how to use illusions? I don't care. Boom! A black lightning bolt struck down over Lee Soo-yuk's head, the owner of the lightning. It was a technique synonymous with Lee Soo-yuk. No matter what you know how to do. And at that moment. Now, I'll conclude with the final review. Click dash. Falcon Eye paused the video there. There's no such thing as a test I can't pass. That confidence, certainty, and insight all coming together in his play. Dash? Wait, a moment. Why stop here? Falcon Hyung? Question marks and frustrated messages quickly filled the chat. The one-on-one matchup between Lee Soo-yuk using his signature lightning and the demon of Muspelheim was the highlight of this test. However, Lee Soo-yuk isn't just good at fighting. As a player in the truest sense, He has the ability to control the test itself. This is my final review for today. Falcon Eye shamelessly ignored all the complaints and concluded the review. And concluding the review meant, sorry guys, that's it for today's stream. It meant the review content stream was over. What the heck? This is too much. Are you kidding? Going to join the Suyuk squad? Will I really go? Falcon Eye laughed delightfully at their intense reactions. Falcon by. Chapter 118. Players Channel. For the players of this era, it was no different from another vast virtual world.
Videos, Streaming, Community, Betting.
With countless enjoyable features, 8 out of 10 players used the Players Channel. And because of that, the channel had immense influence. Real-time rank 4, all the way to Asgard. Among the hundreds of thousands of videos uploaded on the Players Channel, Lee Suyuk's video ranked 4th in real time. Valkyries, Muspelheim, and Asgard. The video was packed with numerous exciting elements that any player would find intriguing. Even the title was enough to arouse interest. However,
펠컨 아이, 유스 컴배그.
the comments on that video were flooded with insults directed at a certain streamer. Falcon Eye, you bastard.
펠컨 아이, 유적.
Falcon Eye, you piece of crap. What's going on? The reason was simple. It was because of the viewers who came from Falcon Eye's stream. This and that happened, and that's what went down. Oh, I see. What's with the I see? Lalalol Falcon, I just showed a preview of this video and then ended the stream. In a short amount of time, Falcon Eye's stream recorded nearly 30,000 viewers. The impact of Lee Suyuk's stream combined with Falcon Eye's regular viewers. Adding to that was the word of mouth in the community. As a result, this video is blowing up. Checking the real-time views of the video, Hyang clicked his tongue. Within hours of being uploaded, the video had already surpassed 300,000 views. At this rate, it looked possible to easily exceed 1 million views. Is the reaction good? It's great, incredibly so. It even climbed the real-time rankings. Really? Moreover, the views on other videos are rising too. Subscriptions are increasing. Although Lee Suyuk didn't fully understand what was being said, Hyang's expression was very positive. Judging by his excitement, the response seemed to be very favorable. Indeed, it's bound to be interesting. Even in Suyuk's opinion, this test had many elements for success. A combined test involving gods and demons. And the results were perfect. Even before this, he had been gaining attention as the new Lightning user, and the test further amplified that. Additionally, if this collaborative stream goes well, we could significantly increase our viewers in one go. Suyuk still had a collaborative stream left, and it was with a major streamer, Bald Suyuk. It was quite a long journey. The accommodation prepared by Balhi was top-notch again this time. After unpacking in the luxurious accommodation that resembled a hotel and filling his stomach with a hearty meal, Suyuk was the first to get up from his seat. Where are you going? I have something to take care of for a bit. As Suyuk stood up first, Hyang looked puzzled. It was rare for Suyuk to go somewhere alone. Whenever he did, something always seemed to happen, like getting ambushed or having his identity exposed. Give him some privacy. Suyuk should be able to go somewhere alone. Meet people, maybe even meet a girl dashed. Whack dash. Cheon Riang, who made a comment, was immediately kicked in the shin by Hyang. Ignoring Cheon Riang, who was rolling on the floor clutching his aching leg, Hyang spoke. You know you shouldn't be too late, right? I'll be back within 3 hours. Then that's enough time. Considering Suyuk's schedule, Hyang nodded. 3 hours was more than enough time before the collaborative stream with Bald Suyuk. I'll be back. After a brief farewell, Suyuk promptly stood up. As he left the accommodation, swish dash, Suyuk took off the mask he had been wearing. Tap tap dash. He quickly made his way to a dark alley in the city. After passing through several alleys, he arrived at a dismal slum, hidden beneath the bright lights. Children in ragged clothes swarming with flies. Beggars who had lost their legs crawling and begging with their arms, and women throwing stones at them. The other side of the bright city was revealed. Amidst all this, Suyuk, in his clean and neat clothes, stood out starkly. With everyone's attention on him, Suyuk headed towards one of the shacks in the slum. "What brings you here?" A beggar, stark naked except for a blanket wrapped around him, greeted Suyuk. A quite assertive statement for a beggar. Suyuk responded to his question. "I came to meet the penniless rich man." The beggar's eyes gleamed. "Whirl." Turning swiftly, he responded without even looking back at Suyuk. "You've come to the right place." Tap tap dash. He disappeared into the narrow interior of the shack. Literally disappeared, as if there was an unseen space behind it. Suyuk quietly followed him. Stepping into the back of the shack, the space around him warping, a completely different scene emerged. Swish dash. Inside a building lit by torches. Walking slowly down the long corridor, the beggar guided Suyuk somewhere. "Here to buy. Or to sell." "To buy. How did you know to come here? There are places like this everywhere, aren't there? Why ask about something you're not even hiding?" The beggar had no words for Suyuk's question and remained silent thereafter. At the end of the corridor, the beggar halted. Ahead, there was a tent-covered room. "Enter. Thanks for the guide." Swish dash. Suyuk extended his hand towards the beggar. "Consume 10 points. A small tip. You're quite knowledgeable." The beggar chuckled and walked away, clearly pleased. Leaving the beggar behind, Suyuk entered the tent. The first thing that greeted him was the blistering heat and light of the torches that made his face flush. The room was illuminated by even more torches. "A new visitor, I see." The room, containing only a desk and 2 chairs, stood bare. The owner of the room was entirely different in appearance and atmosphere compared to the outside beggar. Adorned with gold ornaments all over his body, wearing expensive silk clothes, and revealing golden teeth with a grin. A man in his late 20s with dark skin, looking unmistakably like a rich man. "Welcome. I am the penniless rich man you sought." "I know you're not." Scrape dash. Ignoring the man's words, Suyuk pulled back the chair opposite to him and sat down. "The penniless rich man refers to Dark Map." "Oh dash dot." The man nodded in approval, letting out a small exclamation. "Correct. The penniless rich man is the name of our guild." "So, you really do know everything." Penniless rich man. It was a term and code word referring to the guild, Dark Map. And the reason Dark Map was known as the penniless rich man was simple. "Yes, my name is Greg, not penniless rich man. Anyway, what kind of information are you here for? To buy? Or to sell?" Because the product they dealt with was information. Information turns into money. Sometimes, it's even more valuable than any treasure. Even if you have nothing in your pockets, you can become rich if you monopolize all the world's information. That was the ideology of Dark Map. They existed everywhere in the tower. Players short on points would sell valuable information to earn points, while players needing specific information sought them out. Instances of players selling information about major guilds to Dark Map for a hefty sum occurred dozens to hundreds of times a year. "I'm here to buy." "What information?" "Oh, by the way, the information about major guilds is expensive. It's about Blue Zone." "Looks like I gave good advice." Greg's expression turned playful. Smiling as if amused, he leaned back into his chair. "So, what information about Blue Zone? Want me to find out Kim Il-su's underwear color?" "No need." Suyuk waved his hand dismissively before continuing. "I want to know what they did on the 6th floor, whether the rumors are true, and everything related to that." "Oh, that rumor?" Greg was well informed. From trivial rumors circulating in communities to detailed underground stories, his head was full of information. Naturally, he was already aware of the sensational stories about Blue Zone. It was an interesting story. "Betrayer in blue eyes," they said. Lighting his half-smoked cigar, Greg added his thoughts. "But if it's about that, it's likely true." "Why do you think so?" "Because without it, I can't see a scenario where Lee Suyuk fails." An unexpected answer. Greg took a long puff from his half-burnt cigar. "Isn't it obvious? Think about what kind of player Lee Suyuk was. And what about the players around him? Kim Sherwoo, Kim Min-jae, Choi Soo-hoon, Kim Yeong. Each one of them is a legend. Facts known by everyone. But Greg added one more thought to those known facts. Those people dying meaninglessly during a critical Guardian raid? I don't think that was an accident. Then what is it? That's how big guilds operate. They're all rotten inside, full of greed. What does that greed have to do with betrayal? It has everything to do with it. SSS-. As Greg extinguished his nearly finished cigar by pressing it against the table, he continued speaking. Competition. Competitio. Soo-hyuk raised an eyebrow, seeking a more detailed explanation. However, just like the extinguished cigar, Greg's explanation also came to a full stop. Alright, that's it for your bonus. But why? Do you have any personal connection to that incident? When Soo-hyuk frowned, Greg raised his hands with a mischievous smile. Just kidding. As you know, we don't meddle in our clients' personal matters. When selling information, it doesn't concern us who the client is or how they'll use it. This was already well known. Dark Map was meticulous when it came to information. As long as payment was made, they would safely deliver any information to the client. Without such reliability, Dark Map wouldn't have grown to its current stature. Let's see. Unfortunately, we don't have that information at the moment. It's something we'll need to acquire separately. After rummaging through a kit for a while, Greg stroked his chin. The initial fee is at least 50,000 points. Additional costs, depending on the manpower needed to gather the information and its importance, will range from 100,000 to 100,000. The range is too broad. It's information related to a major guild. This much is expected. It was what Soo-hyuk had anticipated. Thankfully, the down payment was within his current point range. Although it pained him, Soo-hyuk extended his hand as if nothing was wrong. I'll place the order. Thank you for trusting us, esteemed client. Consumed 50,000 points. An amount nearly equivalent to his entire fortune was deducted. After the transaction was completed, Soo-hyuk took out a kit from his bosom and handed it over. Contact me at this number. Please make it as soon as possible. Of course. Ding dash. Greg registered Soo-hyuk's kit information into his own. Then, to store Soo-hyuk's name in his kit, he asked, "What's your name?" "Register it under Jung Chan-young." Jung Chan-young. After saving the name in his kit, Greg looked at Soo-hyuk with a curious expression. That name really doesn't suit you. Chapter 119. After Soo-hyuk left the shop. Swish dash. A few minutes later, the beggar who first guided him to the shop appeared in Greg's room. In his hands were a bottle of strong, dark liquor and a cigar. I thought you might be running low. Oh, indeed. Greg first lit the cigar that the beggar handed over. The thick, pungent aroma filled his mouth. Feeling the buzz in his head, he kept staring at the name of the new client. What's bothering you? He used an alias. You mean that client earlier? The beggar looked puzzled. Clients using aliases were common. Among those who didn't trust Dark Map, there were often individuals involved in illegal activities. Especially when the information was related to major guilds, they were even more reluctant to reveal themselves. Does something about this bother you? Clients who request such information usually fall into one of two categories. Either they hide their faces, or they're already in our guild's database. Dark Map's information network contained data on most players. From rankers to notable players from the lower floors, they were all recorded in their database. However, he's nowhere to be found. His face had never been captured in Dark Map's information network. Could he be a proxy? A proxy. Greg doubted the plausible guess the beggar mentioned. Maybe. No need to worry too much. After all, client information is a privacy matter. Isn't it? After a moment of silence, Greg nodded in agreement. It was true. Dark Map never sold client information under any circumstances. The only exception was if the client didn't pay the full price for accurate information. Unless something untoward happened, Digging into the client's identity was a waste of time. I guess you're right. With the beggar's words, Greg dropped his curiosity about the client's identity. If I don't know him, he probably isn't someone significant. Asterisk. After leaving Dark Map, Suyuk put his mask back on. This was the second time he'd revealed his bare face. The first time was when Unhyang had accidentally seen him. It's actually safer to go without the mask right now. Lee Suyuk's mask was too well known. Rather than drawing unnecessary attention, it was better to act with an unknown face. Since Suyuk started his player activities, he had always worn a mask. Before that, he had been stuck in a player training institution, so it was unlikely even Dark Map would have information on his face. It would be better if they mistake me for a proxy. He considered getting another mask to cover his face, but that might have the opposite effect. Dark Map didn't care too much about the client's identity as long as they didn't attract unnecessary suspicion. Trying to hide his face might just leave a suspicious impression. It was better to be seen as an insignificant player or someone's proxy. Greg. Dark Map, a major information guild, had branches all over the tower. The fourth floor wasn't particularly high. Thus, the people here weren't expected to be overly remarkable. He had only intended to use the vast network of Dark Map through a request. However, but if it's about that, it's likely true. Because without it, I can't see a scenario where Lee Suyuk fails. Although it was just a guess, he was grasping the truth. Of course, the truth was slightly different. The one who betrayed wasn't the target that Blue Zone was after, but their leader, Kim Il-soo. But even that was enough to leave an impression that Greg had a good sense. And there was one more thing. It certainly matters. Competition. It seemed like he knew something he didn't. I'd also like to find out about that, if possible. He clicked his tongue in frustration. That's probably expensive too. All information from Dark Map came at a price. Greg's casually dropped hint itself seemed like it would be very costly even as a teaser. Given his current financial situation, this was his limit for now. It's all about points, seriously. Who would have thought he'd live a life constantly scrambling for points? But on the other hand, it was also fortunate. Since his reincarnation, he quickly found a way to earn points. After all, with enough points, the problems could be overcome. I hope I can find out. 50,000 points. It was by no means a small sum, but if he could find out what Blue Zone did there and whether another comrade was still alive, he'd gladly pay 10 times that amount. However, there were two concerns. One was that the cost might be too excessive for him to gather enough points, and the second was that even Dark Map might not be able to find the information. If they couldn't uncover it, it was highly likely no one in the world could. Let's leave it to them for now. This was the best he could do at the moment. What he needed to do next was to earn the money for the information. Tap tap dash. Suyuk headed straight back to the accommodation. Passing through the slum, he entered the bustling heart of the city. He opened the door to the accommodation. Ding dong dash. On the first floor, several groups of guests were dining or having tea, taking a break. Among them, what caught Suyuk's eye was a group of people sitting by the window. Unhyang and Cheon Riang, and 3 people sitting opposite them. Checking the time, it had been roughly 3 hours. Perfect timing. As usual, Unhyang was the first to notice Suyuk. Suyuk waved back to her gesture. The 3 people, who seemed to be guests, turned their heads towards Suyuk. Nice to meet you, streamer Lee Suyuk. Among them, a particularly striking blue-eyed Caucasian man approached and greeted Suyuk. Buzzcut Suyuk. I'm Bald Suyuk. Oh. Suyuk shook the hand extended to him awkwardly, wearing a puzzled expression. The first impression of Bald Suyuk was simple. He was handsome, extremely so. Although the mysterious eye color was impressive, his sharp features stood out. His nose was so high it seemed like it had been sculpted. It was hard to believe that the clueless, goofy image from the stream was the same person standing before him. See, this is the reaction I'm talking about. Did you see? Huh? Huh. Puffing his chest with pride at Suyuk's reaction, Bald Suyuk turned to his 2 companions. You guys underestimate me. But I tell you, people would be all over me anywhere else. Alright, just sit down and be quiet. Are you advertising I am bald Suyuk or something? The somewhat plump man and the bespectacled woman both sighed and tried to calm him down. How many times do I have to tell you to lower your tension when we're outside? Just leave him be. He rarely gets to reveal his face. The man, who seemed bewildered, and the woman, who appeared resigned, tried their best to manage bald Suyuk. Bald Suyuk finally introduced the two a bit later. This is my manager, Nets, and my video editor, Ameri. They've been with me since the beginning. Ah yes, I'm Lee Suyuk. We know. Your real name is also Lee Suyuk, right? That's really interesting. After a somewhat boisterous and long handshake, the introduction ended. Suyuk had seen bald Suyuk stream a few times before. He thought he wouldn't feel awkward or embarrassed, but it was quite the opposite. His face was vastly different from his stream persona, yet his personality was exactly the same. Should I say it's different or the same? After the intense first impression, Suyuk took a seat. Bald Suyuk continued to look at him with curiosity. You're wearing your mask even here, Lee Suyuk. Don't misunderstand. It's not because of bald Suyuk. He usually does this. Cheon Riang hastily explained. He was more polite than Suyuk had ever seen. No matter how playful he looked, bald Suyuk was a major streamer representing Balhi. Oh really? I almost felt hurt. Bald Suyuk. Why do you hide your face? If you revealed it, you'd be hugely popular. Cheon Riang asked as if he couldn't understand at all, and bald Suyuk, feeling pleasantly surprised, grinned as he answered. That's precisely why. Pardon. Cheon Riang blinked, not understanding what he meant. Gaining popularity with my looks is boring. A cheeky yet cool answer. Next, he took out a mask from his inventory, covering his handsome face as he continued. I'm in this for fun. Don't you agree? Asterisk. After that, the group's conversation drifted towards the content they would use for the collaboration stream. The most fun would be using the difference in skills. Since taking the test together is impossible, how about renting a virtual testing ground? Ugh, that's boring. Then what do you suggest? Instead, the four busy discussing. The two streamers, who were left out of the conversation, caught each other's eyes. In that moment, feigning a yawn to show boredom, bald Suyuk gestured towards the door. Let's go out. Suyuk nodded in agreement. It was better to leave this kind of content planning to the experts. If he tried to pitch in now, he'd only disrupt the meeting. More than anything, Suyuk also wanted to have a one-on-one conversation with bald Suyuk. After all, he was the first streamer Suyuk had ever watched. Swish dash. The two quietly slipped out. They exited the bustling downtown area and headed towards the quieter outskirts of the city. Why do they have to think so much about it when we can just do it? Shuddering at the thought, bald Suyuk commented as if the whole situation was tiresome. Don't you think so? Do you typically stream like that? Like what? Oh, just doing it. Yes, that's right. As long as I show people I'm having fun, they love it. Well, sometimes my manager plans the content and I do that too. After exchanging a few words, Suyuk had a clear understanding of bald Suyuk's character. He was a lazy genius. Of course, that assessment wasn't as a player but as a streamer. Strictly speaking, as a streamer, he certainly was a genius. Pure and passionate. He had no awkwardness in conversations and didn't fake anything. He was confident yet modest. He was undeniably likable. You know, I've watched your stream a few times. Suyuk was surprised by the unexpected remark. It was something he had intended to say, as bald Suyuk's stream was the first he had ever watched. Honestly, it wasn't super fun. It's intriguing, but since I don't really get what's going on with the play, you know? Is that so? Saying it wasn't fun felt a bit embarrassing. However, he did say a few times, not just once. What's interesting isn't really the stream itself, but your reactions. My reactions? Do you even know how popular you are? Or are you just taking it in stride? Excuse me? What was he trying to get at? The smiling, handsome eyes appeared a bit different from the initial impression. It's fascinating how you stay so calm while thousands of viewers tune in live. For a moment, he had forgotten due to his childlike pure expression and tone. As if you've experienced that kind of fame before. Bald Suyuk. He was a star among streamers, boasting millions of subscribers and tens of thousands of live viewers. Chapter 120. Pretending to be indifferent. Suyuk continued walking while replaying Bald Suyuk's words in his mind, as if he's already experienced fame. It wasn't wrong. Although it was different in nature, Suyuk had experienced enormous popularity in the past, and that, in a way, was far beyond his current fame. In fact, even the popularity that Bald Suyuk was enjoying had ties to his past self. I guess this is just my natural personality. It wasn't just an excuse. I didn't think too much about it back then either, focusing more on the tasks ahead rather than being conscious of invisible popularity. Because of this personality, he had never felt burdened by popularity. Feeling the sincerity in Suyuk's answer, Bald Suyuk nodded. If that's the case, it's a talent. A talent. Yes. While many people can gain popularity, not many can withstand it. Looking contemplative, he continued. Popularity can weigh so heavily that it ruins streams or leads to self-absorption, like being drunk on power, causing them to stray off path. The reasons for falling apart are varied. Do many people end up that way? Yes. It's quite common in this field. For a brief moment, a look of bitterness crossed Bald Suyuk's face. Although he soon returned to his usual expression, Suyuk was reminded of one thing. There's a jinx. The reason many streamers were reluctant to collaborate with Bald Suyuk. It was because of the absurd and frightening jinx that any streamer who collaborated with him would end up failing. Is that why the streamers who collaborated with you ended up failing? Bald Suyuk flinched in surprise and stopped walking. Just as Suyuk wondered if he was about to say something profound, they arrived at an upscale-looking bar. After staring at the bar sign for a moment, Bald Suyuk asked, "How about a drink?" Asterisk. The interior of the bar had a luxurious atmosphere with dim lighting and soft hues. Sitting on a clearly expensive sofa, Bald Suyuk was the first to order drinks and snacks. Cheese and crackers, and any Elbafesan wine aged over 30 years. Please. Suyuk's eyes widened as he heard this from across the table. Elbafesan wine was notoriously expensive. If it was aged over 30 years, a single bottle could cost thousands of points. To order such a pricey wine on a whim. Why are you so surprised? You earn quite a lot yourself. I do, but... Taking a sip of water, Suyuk spoke in a dissatisfied tone. It's the expenses that are the problem. I suppose. Players like you must spend a ton on equipment and other stuff. Although he had spent more points elsewhere, there was no need to clarify. Nodding, Suyuk heard Bald Suyuk laugh and speak. Don't worry about it. I'm treating. After all, it's not every day I get to collaborate with a streamer like you. Shouldn't I be the one saying thanks? Suyuk still couldn't understand. Your viewers and subscribers far outnumber mine. In the short time they talked, the luxurious wine arrived. Ignoring the price, Bald Suyuk immediately opened the bottle. True, but the rumors are so bad. It bothers you, doesn't it? Of course, all the viewers know about it. Didn't you see the comments on the notice? Comments? Suyuk quickly took out his kit. You really don't pay attention to this stuff, huh? Since yesterday, there's been an uproar. People saying, do you want to ruin our brother? And Bald Suyuk's going to destroy another streamer. As Suyuk listened, he quickly checked the comments. Again? I support Bald Suyuk, but this is a bit lalalal. Suyuk, run away. Which Suyuk are we talking about? This guy still hasn't learned lalalal. How many streamers has he ruined with his own hands? It's not the worst thing to die while being applauded. The comments were harsh. Although it was on his own stream notice, most of the criticism was directed at Bald Suyuk. Poor Dash. I expected this to happen. Then why did you agree? First, let's have a drink. Bald Suyuk handed a drink to Suyuk, seemingly unbothered by the expensive liquor, and filled the glass to the brim. After taking a sip, My manager also tried to talk me out of it. Said there's nothing to gain from it. Then who made the decision? I did. Why? There's this feeling, that this time it'll be different. As he said this, Bald Suyuk let out a small laugh. The problem is that my intuition isn't great. It was an accurate statement. Even from his stream tests, it was clear. He showed play that was messy enough to surprise Suyuk, with not a hint of pretense. He had no intuition, literally zero, and it seemed that this lack of intuition wasn't confined to just playing tests as a player. I always thought things would be different each time, but the results were always the same. The streams suddenly became dull, or they got what I call celebrity syndrome, or scandals arose. The scandals aren't your fault, are they? Right? Just bad luck. He nodded as he poured himself another drink. But that's why it's a jinx. As if I was cursed or something. Curse. It was far from a grandiose term. When dissecting the cause of this jinx, there was only one possible explanation. The effect of the collaboration must be substantial. Pardon. I mean, enough to make them feel pressured or get celebrity syndrome due to the sudden spike in viewers. Suyuk had experienced the effect of a collaboration before. After the collaboration with Falcon Eye, Suyuk saw a sudden increase in viewers. It was due to the promotion of his channel through Falcon Eye's stream and the subsequent influx of Falcon Eye's viewers. Sharing viewers, securing and promoting viewers through collaboration. That was the fundamental reason for collaborations. If it's Bald Suyuk, the effect of the collaboration would be significantly greater. He was a major streamer with over 10 times the viewers of Falcon Eye. Naturally, the effect of the collaboration would be much more pronounced. It wasn't surprising that sudden popularity might overwhelm a streamer, making it difficult to maintain direction. You're quite positive. Slightly, but Bald Suyuk's face brightened. In fact, I was hoping for something like this. I felt like nothing would faze you, Suyuk-nim. Glancing at his reflection in the wine bottle, Bald Suyuk muttered in a small voice. If it ends up the same way this time. His voice trailed off as he shook his head. Then he filled his empty glass again and held it out. Let's stop with the bad thoughts and have a toast. Let's change this heavy topic. His expression shifted instantly. Seeing Bald Suyuk's face quickly return to its bright state, Suyuk clinked his glass with his. Let's do that. Is there anything you're curious about? After all, I'm a senior in this industry. How much do you make exactly? Wow, going straight for it, huh? You're buying such expensive drinks. How could I not be curious? Asterisk. They emptied several bottles, but surprisingly, they didn't get that drunk. Getting drunk or not was the choice of the players. If they wanted, they could instantly clear their system of alcohol. Though it wasn't common to drink such expensive liquor only to waste it by clearing the effect. It feels like a waste. As soon as they returned to the accommodation, both of them instantly sobered up. We didn't have a choice. We have work to do. Next time, let's have a proper drink. I'd like that. As Suyuk and Bald Suyuk walked in together, Unhyang and Nets turned to look at them. When did those two get so close? Looks like they had a drink together. That's good. Getting friendly will make the collaboration's synergy better. Suyuk and Bald Suyuk joined the meeting again. Having sobered up, Bald Suyuk looked at his manager, Nets. Did you finalize the content? Yeah. It might be a bit cliché, but there's nothing better. Ah, I think I know what it is. Even with a brief explanation, Bald Suyuk grasped the theme of the content. Master and Apprentice. Exactly. Master and Apprentice. The name alone gave a clear idea of what the content would be like. So I'll be teaching Bald Suyuk? Unhyang nodded in response to Suyuk's question. Yes, that's right. It's a common content theme when skilled streamers collaborate with comedy streamers. I've never done any teaching before. You don't have to be good at it. Bald Suyuk shrugged at Suyuk's concern. The whole point of this content is to see the apprentice beat the master. Beat the master? Yes. No matter how much the master teaches, the apprentice remains hilariously bad. Ah. Thinking through the content structure, Suyuk nodded. He had a good grasp of how the content would unfold. A content focus highlighting Bald Suyuk's cursed talent. Although he had only watched a few times, Suyuk knew how terrible Bald Suyuk's play was. He was a mess in every aspect. Frankly, it seemed a miracle that he had made it up to the 4th floor. This isn't the first time we've done this content. Hyang continued to explain. We've already tried this collaboration with some of our streamers. The reason we decided on this content again is because it received great responses. Did they all fail? The person who answered Suyuk's question was Bald Suyuk's manager. Nets. It wasn't a failure. Each time, the viewership exceeded 200,000. A staggering number. It was 10 times the viewership of Suyuk, who had around 20,000 viewers. It was clear why Bald Suyuk was classified as a major streamer. However, no, I meant. Suyuk's question was not about that. I'm asking if they all failed to teach Bald Suyuk. With a more detailed explanation, Nets blinked and glanced between Suyuk and Bald Suyuk. Seriously, you mean it? Yes. Nets looked perplexed. Bald Suyuk's reaction was not much different. Suyuk, have you watched our stream before? I have. It was a mess. And you really think you can fix him? Although it might have been offensive, Bald Suyuk didn't react negatively. It was a factual statement and the two had become close enough to speak this frankly. I don't think it's impossible. And saying I'd fix him sounds a bit grandiose. Master and apprentice. A humorous content where the master struggles with the cursed talent of the apprentice. However, if he does get better, wouldn't that be awesome? Wouldn't it be a shame to end it with such a mediocre conclusion? Suyuk looked at Bald Suyuk with determination. Let's give it our best.